Honorable John Kamwanga Mwangi, Member Speakers Panel. Number 4, Honorable Anthony Marubu Chege, Member Speakers Panel. Number 5, Honorable Hannah Wairimu Kamau, Member Speakers Panel. Number 6, Ms. Jane Nduta, Senior Clerk Assistant. 7, Ms. Helen Gidenji, Principal Answer Editor. Last but not the least, Mr. Peter Ndungu, Sergeant at Arms. On behalf of the Senate and on own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I thank you. Now we are on the number 7, questions and statements. And pursuant to standing order 53-1, I request the Senator for Kisii County, Senator Richard Onyonka, to seek his statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the status of pending bills of Kisii County government. Welcome, Honorable Senator.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. But before I go on, I would like to give my regards for the team that has come from Murang'a to come and benchmark in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I was also going to mention I wasn't very clear in the mind, and that's why I didn't raise the issue. I didn't know that there was a way on how I could have responded to your communication from the chair, because I'm actually very excited, Mr. Speaker, for members of this House who may not have been here before, when we used to have the interrogations between the cabinet secretaries and members of the National Assembly, because by that time the Senate had not been effected. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the engagement was serious.
Honorable Senator Onyonka Richard, are you making your statement or you are?
I am making my statement.
because
I thought by
your statement is on the
pending bills. Mr. Speaker, I thought by giving you accolades you would let me slide through, but I will not. Let me go to the major issue. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing order number 53-1.
Wait, just a minute. Honorable Senator Giduku, Ramu Senator, you know this is not a caution. Once
village
you
market.
Approach them bar, you must really appreciate that this is also for now. Yet go back to the bar and bow in honor of this house. Yes. Today my eyes are very keen. Honorable Senators, you must be very careful indeed.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the status of pending bills of Kisii County government, as well as those of the rest of the 46 county governments in our Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I would like, number 1, the committee to furnish the Senate with a report of all the pending bills for Kisii County government for the year 2016-2023 financial years. Mr. Speaker, the second question is, I would want the committee to explain the reason or reasons for non-payment and delay in the release of payments to contractors by the county government of Kisii and indeed many other county governments in the Republic of Kenya, despite the stipulations and timelines specified in section 139.2, 139.6, and 151 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Mr. Speaker, the third item is I would like the committee to indicate the total amount of pending bills of all the county governments in the Republic of Kenya over the same period, outlining the amounts owed to the contractors and all the service providers, and indeed, if any contractors have been paid, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Onyonka. Next is statement by Senator for Kirinyaga County, Senator James Murango. What is your point of order, Senator Kenywa? It must be a point of order. You know, you cannot just raise rigorous points of order.
Bwana Spika, asanti. Mimi hoja yangu ya nidhamu tu, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ni kawaida yetu wageni wanapotutembelea kama huu ujumbe wa kutoka Murang'a umetutembelea Bwana Spika. Na kwa sababu seneta wa kutoka Murang'a hayuko, nikachukua hilo jukumu Bwana Spika kama commissioner kuweza Bwana Spika, kwa unyenyekevu mwingi, kwa sababu Joe Nyoto ni mwenyekiti wa kamati ambayo anatuongoza, kamati ya elimu Bwana Spika, na itakuwa si vizuri, itakuwa ni kosa, itakuwa ni dhambi, na itakuwa ni laana kwangu mimi kama sitasema ya kuambia wakaribie na wakiongozwa na naibu wa spika pamoja na kiongozi walio wengi.
Senator, mbona unaruka Senator wa Nyeri na ndiye jirani zaidi? Wewe uko Laikipia, huyu jirani ya Murang'a zaidi ni Senator wa Nyeri.
Bwana Spika, akufae kwa dhiki ndiye rafiki. Hakusema lolote. Mimi naona Nyoto hayuka na mwenyekiti wangu. Bwana Spika, mimi
nataka nimpatie dakika moja pia. Jirani mwema wa Murang'a pia.
Asante Bwana Spika, naungana na wewe pamoja kuwakaribisha ujumbe huu wa kutoka Murang'a, na nawaambia karibuni katika hapa Seneti, na hili jumba mtasoma mengi kama vile ambavyo mmekuja kufanya, na mimi nataka kuwatakia kila la heri wakati mmekuja hapa kwa masomo yenu. Na vile vile nataka kuwaambia mlifanya jambo la manufaa zaidi kumchagua mheshimiwa Senator Joe Nyoto. Yeye ni mwenyekiti wetu wa kamati ya elimu, na yeye anaongea Kiswahili sanifu katika bunge hili, na ni mtu aliyebombea. Na sisi kwa sababu leo hayuko hapa, ameenda katika shughuli za kikazi. Kwa hivyo yeye ni mchapakazi na anaendelea kufanya kazi ambayo amechaguliwa. Bwana Spika, naungana na wewe kusema asanti na kuambia karibu sana.
Asante. Senator wa Nyeri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Indeed, I want to commend you for noticing that Senator Laikipia actually jumped through counties to get to Murang'a. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, to welcome members of Murang'a County Assembly. Senator Nyoto, the senator for Murang'a, is indeed on official duties. He had told me that they are coming, but I had actually said I'll wait for your grace to give me the opportunity. But the commissioner here decided to use his mandate, his power that is vested into him as a commissioner, to actually grab the opportunity. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to tell the County Assembly of Murang'a that we indeed, I and the Senator for Murang'a, have decided to work together. We are forging an economic bloc of the Central Region, where I am the chair of all the senators from Mount Kenya. Joe Nyoto is our secretary, and he's indeed doing a very, very good job. Just the other day on Saturday, we visited Murang'a County on official duty, because we've recognized that it is indeed important to make sure that we join Murang'a County and Nyeri County to become one county, not for anything else, but to forge economic and social development together. Karibuni sana, County Assembly of Murang'a.
Next time, Senator Nyeri, I need to know you end that passionate message. Next time, you must catch the speaker's eye. Otherwise, you could have lost your message. Senator Catherine Muma, what is out of order? Are you still claiming that you are neighbor to Murang'a also?
Mr. Speaker, women are Kenyans, so I can claim to be a neighbor to Murang'a, because that is our nature. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 37 to seek leave of the Senate to adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the discovery of mass graves thought to be those of Pastor Paul Mackenzie followers who purportedly died of starvation as part of the religious conviction prevailing in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, since 20th April 2023.
Yeah, I can see for sure this is a matter of national importance. This is really a bipartisan issue. So I've confirmed indeed that you have the threshold attained, and I direct that the Senate will adjourn at 5:30 p.m. to consider that motion. Honorable Senators, there is a statement from the Senator James Molango. I actually want to, there are 3 statements, and I can see it's not around, so those statements stand deferred until the next sitting. Then we get the next statement, and the last from the Senator for Migori County, Senator Andy Okech. No, the last, there is another one more statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding threats to the security of border operators in Migori County. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, 1, investigate claims of the existence of a criminal gang operating in Migori County, which has led to the rise of insecurity targeting border operators in Migori town. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should explain the circumstances that led to the killing of Lucas Makongoro and Edward Oigara on 14th April 2023, both of whom were border operators in Suna West, and injuring of another operator in Suna East during the same duration, called Victor Okumu Chacha. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the statement, the committee should be able to outline the measures put in place by the national government to deal conclusively with the causes of heightening insecurity with insistent attacks on residents, which have lately become rampant, not only in Migori County, but also in many parts of the country on border operators. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I want to give an opportunity for honorable senators to make comments on those 2 statements. The statement by Senator Onyonka and the statement by Senator Andy Okech. I can see there is a point of order from Senator Redengwe's Steve Lumbisi. What is your out of order? What is it?
Sorry, Speaker, I pressed that button when the County Assembly of Murang'a, when you read the communication regarding the County Assembly of Murang'a.
Proceed. Let me give you 1 minute on behalf of the leadership of the majority side. I give you the 1 minute at least to say something on behalf of the...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you and the Senate to welcome the County Assembly of Murang'a, led by the Deputy Speaker, to the Senate. Here in the Senate, I think you will learn a lot from us, procedural and so many other procedures that you will learn that will make your service to the county of Murang'a better. Especially the leaders of the House, you will learn also the procedures of the Speaker's panel, and you will discharge your duties well when you go back. So take your time to learn more from us, the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Whip. There is another intervention from Senator Duarte Waheti. Veronica?
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I am from Murang'a County. That's my county of birth. And if you allow me, I will welcome the speakers panel from Murang'a. I want to take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to the Senate. Murang'a is a great county, and it's one of the best counties in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I know many of us are aware that it has been registered as the county that produces some of the best wives in Kenya, therefore building families, Mr. Speaker, and affirming the rights of women within Murang'a. It's within Murang'a County, Mr. Speaker, that we have many members of parliament who are female, Mr. Speaker, and have been voted in by the people of Murang'a. So it's a county that deals with the women very, very well. We are happy that you are here at the Senate. There are many areas that we can share. I serve in the speakers panel, and I believe by the time you leave, you will have learned a few tips, even as you observe the debate and you participate in the proceedings of the House. So welcome to Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senator Veronica, I think your statement about Murang'a having the best waves is a statement of fact, because there is no member who has objected to your statement. So I think that is a statement of fact, and you carry that one. Yes, yes. Let's get Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on two issues briefly. One by the Honorable Richard Onyonga. I want to state that the issue of pendy bills touches every single county in the country and also touches the national government. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenge of the public debt, which eventually affects the nation division of revenue bill and affects the counties, it is only fair, Mr. Speaker, that the counties and the Kenyans who have been doing business with the government, whether the counties or the national government or even international community, get their monies paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter must be given priority because the practice has been that the businessmen, and especially the young ones, have borrowed from banks so that they can do projects for the counties, including Kisii and Makwiny. At the moment they are through with that, then, Mr. Speaker, the counties then fail to pay for years. And I'm aware of quite a number of businessmen in Machakos, owing to the previous governor, not the current one, who have been auctioned and who have even suffered ailment out of the stress they have gone through while awaiting to be paid the monies for work already done in the counties. And Mr. Speaker, some of the counties, after the work has been done, then they bring excuses, petty ones, so that they can delay the payments. It will be straightforward that the division of revenue bill is allocation to the counties is not enough, or look for solutions which, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we need to look at so that we can make sure that for those who work for the counties, for those private business people who have won tenders and are going on to execute them, have their monies not delayed over, so that the time of delay is not too much. Although the law has fixed it, Mr. Speaker, in the Procurement and Disposal Act, in the sections 151 of the same act, Mr. Speaker, we really, as a Senate, have to help so that the business people working with the counties, Mr. Speaker, have their monies paid. Secondly, very on one sentence on the issue of insecurity with the border people. Mr. Speaker, the border people are very vulnerable and they are useful all over the country. They give people directions, they ferry people at night, they are part of the security system, but unfortunately it is not only in Migori, but other parts of the country. They have been attacked at night by people who are originally customers who turn out to become thugs. And Mr. Speaker, the solution is if the border people form cooperatives, circles, and they have a way of getting to help each other and also work with the government and the security systems to make sure wherever they are attacked, then they can easily be rescued by the police. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kipkolil William Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also arise to support the statement by Honorable Onyonga. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about pending bills, it means there was some delivery of service by the contractors in those counties. Mr. Speaker, it also means that those contractors spend their resources to undertake those projects with the hope that the county governments will pay. Mr. Speaker, when there is delay in payment of those pending bills, it affects, Mr. Speaker, the lives of those contractors, their families, and they are unable even to plan and project for their future. Mr. Speaker, the function of this House under Article 100 and Article 96 is to protect the interest of the counties and the county governments. Mr. Speaker, this question raised by Onyonga is critical, not only in the counties, but even the national government, Mr. Speaker. So it's important that even when governors push for remittance of more money to the counties, I appeal to the governors that when they receive their funding, they should start first by paying those contractors. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is untold suffering. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, members of this House have been approached by their members from their counties to help them in this situation. It is becoming very, very challenging, Mr. Speaker, for our people. Even those members who have been doing well in terms of contractors, doing big projects in terms of roads, in terms of other projects, Mr. Speaker, they are unable to do it now. So my appeal to this House, and I want to agree with what Mohanso said, that I think this House, Mr. Speaker, should be able to come up with rules and regulations so that the counties are mandated as a matter of procedure, as a matter of law, to ensure that those contractors are paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is also another way of corruption being exercised in the counties. Because, Mr. Speaker, even when you've done your work as a contractor, you are supposed to be paid, then those who are supposed to pay, Mr. Speaker, sometimes put certain conditions. But before you are paid, you give some consideration. Mr. Speaker, it is an area we need to focus as a House so that we help the suffering Kenyans access their resources and be able to do their businesses even going forward. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And honorable senators, as management of this good House, we didn't need to stick to 1 hour, the statement hour for just 1 hour. And I can see there are a lot of interest on these two statements. We still have another statement by Senator Milaji. So I request if I give you an opportunity to just take advantage of just 2 minutes, just a comment, and that is it. Because we are not on the debate. So Senator Ososi, Gonfrey.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Onyonka on pending bill. Mr. Speaker, how I would wish the committee that will be dealing with this statement widen this statement so that they consider other counties as well. Because the issue of pending bill is a problem in all the 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. And this pending bill, as has been alluded to by the Senator for Baringo, is another way of corruption. These pending bills is corruption. And if you look at the list of pending bills, many of them are fake. They have not provided services, but you find the fake ones are paid, and the real pending bills where people have delivered services or goods are not paid. Mr. Speaker, we must also look at the entire process of payment in our counties. We have had an engagement with the control of budget on the issue of approvals for payment. You find that the approvals that are made are not what is paid. Other companies are substituted and paid, but the real approvals that were submitted to the control of budget are not paid. This is a scam, and yesterday when the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury appeared before my committee, he said that the Treasury is amending the system, automating that process so that we are able to deal with this problem of approvals which are not paid eventually. So, Mr. Speaker, I would request that the committee that will be dealing with this matter considers that this is a problem that is affecting 47 counties, and they deal with the 47 counties, including my own county, Vihiga County, where I know genuine contractors who provided services for many years have not been paid. Some of them have ended up being auctioned. Others have died out of stress. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious problem which requires intervention of this House because, as Cheptuma said, this House exists to protect counties. We cannot say we are protecting counties when we are not dealing with the serious issues affecting our counties like pending bills. For that matter, Mr. Speaker, I support the statement.
Thank you. Let us now hear the former governors. You know, matters pending bills are not mentioned in both the national and the county governments. So I'll give Senator Mandago Jackson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to weigh in on this matter of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, there is something that I think either as a House, Treasury, county governments, and the general public need to understand. Unless we have another definition of a pending bill is a bill of either a service or a project that has been delivered to completion but has not been paid and it was budgeted. I think what we are experiencing in counties are not really pending bills. These are ongoing contracts that have been rolled over from different financial years. They were ongoing. Their money is budgeted. The money is there, but the counties are failing to pay. So there must be clarity on the matter of pending bills. These are not pending bills. This is just impunity by officers who have been given the responsibility of examining and paying for services and goods received. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter that we are supposed to be addressing is the question of non-payment of ongoing contracts or contracts that have been completed in the course of time, and the money is there in the budget. There is a confusion sometimes between pending bills and ongoing works. And even the figures that are being given as pending bills, they are not actually pending bills because their money is there. What we need to address as a House, Mr. Speaker, is how are we going to make sure that any contractor, not just in county governments, even in national government entities, even in semi-autonomous government agencies, are paid on time.
The Cheptumo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
Because Senator Manda
I have not been a governor before, but the member who has just been on the floor spoke about try to divine a pending bill. Is he in order, Mr. Speaker? Is he in order for him to mislead the House? Mr. Speaker, a pending bill is a bill which is not paid, even if the project is not completed. Once a certificate is issued to be paid, Mr. Speaker, should be paid. It's a pending bill. But the members seem to give us the impression that it should be a service given, completed, approved, certified. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that is the definition according to me.
Senator Mandako, can you give your
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But the Honourable Senator did not even say which standing order he was raising on. However, Mr. Speaker, it is good he has also clarified he has not been a governor. So I think let me inform him from practice. Mr. Speaker.
That he has never been a governor.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter that we need to address, and I think the statement by Senator Onyonga is very clear, that there are contractors who have worked, delivered, but they are not being paid. It is not that the money is not there. In this House, Mr. Speaker, you have had senators saying requisitions have been made for particular projects, for particular service, but that money has ended up paying others other than the ones that were being requisitioned for. So, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, we need to tighten the turnaround time and the requirements for payment of works and services that have been completed. Mr. Speaker, it is true. Most of these counties that we are hearing about pending bills and non-payment are counties that have undergone transition. These are counties either they have a new governor, and so is a new administration. And what have they done? And in this country, there are things that we must sort out. Government is a going concern. It's not about the individuals who hold the position. And when you come to that office, you continue with the work of that office. In this nation, every transition of 5 years, whether national government or county governments, you will hear, we are not paying these bills until we investigate, until because it was for the previous administration, as if government starts and ends in an election. Mr. Speaker, I think we must allow the public servants who are not political to continue doing their work in accordance with the law. And that is why we have a law on procurement in this country. That is why we have the office of the Auditor General, which is not a political office. And if the payment has not been flagged off by the Auditor General not to pay, any public servant sitting on any payment, Mr. Speaker, I think action must be taken. And this is where we need to invite the Office of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget to make sure that if there is need for legislation to enable their office to make sure that payments that are due are paid, I think as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, we shall be more than willing to engage in that discussion and even amend the PFM Act to make sure that contractors don't suffer. This is a country where we create entrepreneurs for 5 years and destroy them in 1 year immediately after election and begin struggling, saying we want to create employment. Mr. Speaker, I support the statement by Senator Onyonka, and the governor for Kisii must pay all contractors who delivered service, and not just the governor for Kisii. All governors in this country must pay all contractors and people who have delivered service to their respective counties without any delay. I beg to support the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mandako. Honorable Senators, I communicated that I'm giving 2 minutes each for a comment on the statements. And I will be really restricted to give a very few others, maybe 3 or 4 from both sides. So, Senator Ogola Beatrice Akinyi.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And from the onset, I want to support the statement by the Senator of Kisii County. Honorable Speaker, on pending bills, it is actually a disaster in our counties and the whole nation. Honorable Speaker, counties were supposed to be centers of growth. And Honorable Speaker, with devolution, our people were very excited. They knew they were going to do business with their counties. There are people on supplies and works. Honorable Speaker, everybody can attest that recently we saw a grown African man crying on the streets naked, Honorable Speaker. And you know how that bad is that a man who is grown can go naked crying. before the people. And Honorable Speaker, soon after that, on the same public platforms, we saw that man, there's a report that he lost his life. And Honorable Speaker, that comes back to the issue of pending bills that Honorable Richard Onyonka has brought here. Honorable Speaker, works that have been done by our people at the counties has brought all misery. Honorable Speaker, there was the portion of 30% to women and the youth, and our youth of women all over the counties went for this work. So excited that they had a chance to pull themselves out of poverty. But what has this brought to the women and the youth at the county?
Honorable Senator, the Speaker does not do that work. Once we say 2 minutes, you really stick to a point and then you deliver it. Senator Robert Ali Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give my contribution to both statements, starting with the statement by Senator Onyonka. The issue as described by Senator Mandago. The problem of pending bills is an issue that need to be understood first. A lot of the problems currently faced is problems arising from an administration that has changed hand, and that the incoming administration fails to honor liabilities arising from contractual engagement between the county government and contractors, failing to understand that it's a legal contract, not a favor. It's not a privilege. It's not something that is the prerogative of a governor or a new administration for them to make a decision whether to pay or not to pay. And two, the other issue that also we have is this misunderstanding in terms of what constitutes a pending bill. Pending bill, if a contract is done, planned for, budgeted for, and it's in the budget, that is supposed to be something that is procedural in terms of processing of payment as it is required. Liabilities that have not been budgeted for, those are the liabilities that form pending bill, and it becomes a major issue that needs to be dealt with. The issue Onyonka has raised may not be limited to Kisii County, but affecting other counties. It is extremely important that governors and new administration understand that contractual engagement entered into by previous regimes or previous governments is a legal contract that ought to be honored, and it's not a privilege in terms of what needs to be considered to be paid or not.
But both have the same timeline of 2 minutes. Yes. 2 minutes. You approach the chair and I advise you to squeeze your time. Maybe you make... Senator John Medu.
Yes, sir.
Can you say also which standing order are you liking?
I have it in my hand, Mr. Speaker. These days I have known the rules of this House very well. So I'm rising in regards to Speaker's Rules number 5, which is part of what guides us here. Senators are required not to enter into the chamber, lodge, or dining room without being properly dressed. I will not want to read the whole of it and the entire bit. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a little impatient because you had promised to deliver a ruling on the second day that I made that request. Because, Mr. Speaker, and this is a very serious issue, we are just about to discriminate a religion in this particular House. And that is a matter that we need, because it is very clear here that the religious attire is allowed in this House. I came here in an Indian religious attire.
Who is not properly dressed?
No. Nobody is not properly dressed, Mr. Speaker. We only want your guidance.
Who is being discriminated, Senator Med?
It is me who came in an Indian attire in this house and you chased me out.
These are things which appeared last year.
They did not appear last year, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, you know why...
but if you are a gentleman enough, you could have won the same matter, then you come and raise your issues when you're in that...
No, you had said that you shall rule.
Today you are properly dressed, so let us make progress.
So I'll come with it. I presume that you have allowed us to come.
Just tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
Tomorrow come with it.
Okay,
then we handle it when you are on.
I have many of them, Mr. Speaker. I'll come with one tomorrow.
Okay, come tomorrow. We'll meet here tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning. Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to...
You know, I think I don't want to look at also these rights when you are making your points, because we didn't need to strict ourselves to the 1 hour, statement hour, so that we can do bills and other motions.
I hope that is off the ticker. Mr. Speaker, in the public sector accounting standards, there is nothing like pending bills. It is not an accounting term. It is a Kenyan creation, a creation of laziness in accounting, a creation of a conspiracy where one governor leaves office, the next one does not want to pay. Mr. Speaker, I've chaired committees that have looked at the Auditor General's report on pending bills. And the Auditor, Eddie Ouko, the last act he did before he left office was to audit pending bills across the country. What did we do? We took it to IBEC. IBEC decided to audit the work of the Auditor General. So each county went back to set up pending bills verification committees. And Mr. Speaker, the matter has been going on for so long that in a county like Kirinyaga, which we considered last week when the governor, who's also the chair of the Council of Governors, appeared before us, they owe suppliers 200 million Kenya shillings. And Mr. Speaker, the age of that debt is 7 years. For 7 years, women, youth, persons with disability in Kirinyaga have not been paid 200 million shillings. And then, Mr. Speaker, you know, they have the cheek of saying that the Senate is the one that is not supporting devolution. Mr. Speaker, I want the Chair Finance Committee to broaden this inquiry, because the report of the Control of Budget has the numbers that Senator Nyonka is asking for, but we must make sure that we interrogate that report county by county. There is no reason why the Control of Budget brings a report to this House every quarter and we take no action. And then this thing called pending bills piles up. Mr. Speaker, finally, I support the statement by Senator Eddy. And Mr. Speaker, we should not look at Boda Boda as a nuisance. Boda Boda contributes to close to 4% of Kenya's GDP. If you look at the 1 billion per day collection, we should not only...
Senator Kajwang, you have done so well. That has, it's past 80%. So, Senator John Deritu. Senator Agnes Mudama.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nasimama kuunga mkono taarifa iliyoletwa na Mheshimiwa Onyonka. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, kwa sababu wakati mwingi unaona katika sheria zetu tumesema ya kwamba vijana wapewe kazi, walemavu wapewe kazi. Lakini baada ya hao kupewa kazi, Bwana Spika, unapata baadaye hawajalipwa, Bwana Spika. Na si gatuzi ya Kisii peke yake, Bwana Spika, ni gatuzi zote za nchi ya Kenya unapata watu wengi hawajalipwa. Waegezaji, wafanyikazi, Bwana Spika, wengi wanasononeka kwa sababu tayari wamekopa mikopo katika mabenki, Bwana Spika. Inakuwa ni vigumu sana kwao kuweza kuendelea na biashara ile, Bwana Spika. Ilhali hizi counties zinaendelea kupokea pesa na kuchagua ni nani watakayelipa, Bwana Spika. Ikiwa wewe huwaungi mkono kisheria, kisiasa wewe haulipi, Bwana Spika. kamati ambayo inapaswa itahusika na hili jambo na Spika, waangazie haya mambo kwa kindani, na wale watu ambao wamefanya kazi, kwa sababu wamefanya kazi, walipo pesa zao Bwana Spika. Na watu wakilipo pesa zao Bwana Spika, utapata kaunti zetu zikiendelea kunawiri, kwa sababu pesa zitaenda mashinani Bwana Spika. Kama vile sisi tunavyosema watu waanze pale mashinani kukipanda juu Bwana Spika. Hiyo itawezekana Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kaunti zetu ziweze kulipa deni za wale ambao watu wamefanya kazi Bwana Spika. Wale wa bodaboda kama vile Bwana Eddie alivyosema Bwana Spika, kwa taarifa yake, watu wa bodaboda wanapaswa kuchungwa, kwa sababu kazi ya serikali ni kuchunga mali na maisha ya wananchi Bwana Spika. Na wanabodaboda wanafanya kazi zao. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kulindwa kwa sababu wanalipa ushuru Bwana Spika. Lakini ukisikia wale hizi county hawa bodaboda wameanza kushambuliwa Bwana Spika, inatutia kiwewe Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wataanza na bodaboda, waende kwa watu wa magari, na hatimaye watatushambulia hata sisi Bwana.
Asante sana Senator Kinyua. Senator Mudhama Agnes. Senator Kavindu.
Sorry Mr. Speaker. Asante kwa kunipa hii fursa ya kuingia kwa hii statement ya Bwana Onyonka kutoka Kisii. Bwana Speaker, nataka kuunga mkono kabisa na kusema hakika hii mambo ya hizi pesa ambazo hazijalipwa wale contractors na suppliers ambao wamepeleka vitu na wamefanya kazi katika counties ni sugu sana kwa kila county. Kama Machakos County tuko na hizi pending bills za kutoka 2014 to date na bado hazijalipwa. Bwana Speaker, ningeomba wale wataangalia hii waangalie katika county zote, na hata kuundwe jopo ya kuchunguza kwa kila county ni watu wangapi ambao hajalipwa pending bills zao. Na mambo hii ya bodaboda pia hii ambayo imeletwa na Senator mwenzetu, watu wa bodaboda wanafanya kazi kubwa sana, maana kule ambapo hakuna magari, watu wa bodaboda ndio wanafanya usafiri, na wanastahili kulindwa na pia kuheshimika watu wa bodaboda. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Asante sana. So both the statements are referred to the respective committees, but I'll advise that as members have really requested, the Finance and Budget Committee should try, as they reply to the statement by Senator Richard Onyonka, also to include all the 47 counties and table a report in this also, that we can see how other 47 counties are faring on pending bills. There is the next statement by Senator Miraj. And today I've observed that Senator Chelgai has misread the two ladies, trying to speak to ladies when they are transacting business. Now he closed over and took you behind the... So Chelgai today is on a mission. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Miraj.
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding landing rights for scheduled international flights to Mombasa International Airport. In the statement, the committee should state the reasons for restrictions or denial of landing rights for several scheduled international flights to Moi International Airport, MIA, in Mombasa County. 2, inform the Senate of measures in place to mitigate the effects of the impact of the suspension of direct scheduled international flights to Mombasa and the denial of landing privileges on the tourism economy of the coast region. 3, provide reasons by the Ministry of Roads and Transport for revoking Turkish Airlines and Qatar Airways landing licenses for direct flights to Mombasa, as well as grounds for rejecting their reapplication. 4, establish the basis of the Ministry of Roads and Transport to deny the request of Emirates, KLM, Turkish Airlines, and Qatar Airways to land at Moi International Airport. 5, state measures by the government to return to the open sky policy in order to attract more international traffic to MIA aimed to promoting the tourism industry at the coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator Miraj. Let me give a few members to make comments again. Senator Mohamed Faki, Senator Mombasa County.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Crystal?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted some, just to, maybe my ears are not clear, but the statement was from the Senator to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Is that correct? When it seems like it's more due to transport and roads.
I'll give you your 2 minutes to make a comment on the statement, because I can see you are lined up. No, I'll give you 2 minutes to give us reasons why you feel it should go to transport. Senator Mohamed Faki, proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa ambayo imeletwa bungeni na Senator mteule Senator Miraji. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kabla ya COVID, yani mwaka 2020, ndege nyingi zilikuwa zinakuja Mombasa. Turkish Airlines ilikuwa inakuja Mombasa, Qatar Air ilikuwa inakuja Mombasa, na nyingi nyinginezo ambazo zilikuwa zinasafiri kuja Mombasa kuleta abiria na kufanya biashara katika mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mbali na Nairobi Jomo Kenyatta, Moi International Airport Mombasa ni moja katika vile viwanja vikubwa viwili ambavyo vina uwezo wa kuchukua ndege zote ambazo zinaweza kuruka katika ulimwengu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni masikitiko kwamba kutokana na ukosefu wa ndege hizo, biashara katika kaunti ya Mombasa na kaunti jirani zake imedorora kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa wageni wanaokuja kutalii katika fuo za bahari za pwani na mahali kwingineko. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ndege nyingi ziliwahi kuja Mombasa. Tukiangalia wakati tukiwa wadogo, Kondo ilikuwa inakuja Mombasa, British Airways inakuja Mombasa, Lufthansa ilikuwa inakuja Mombasa, na nyingi ambazo British Airways nyingi ambazo zilikuwa zinashuka Mombasa na kuruka bila matatizo yote. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni masikitiko kwamba serikali imeweza kulemaza biashara katika Moi International Airport ambao ndio uwanja mkubwa kabisa mbali na Jomo Kenyatta hapa Nairobi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni muhimu kwamba kamati ambayo itashughulikia swala hili lishughulikie swala hili kwa undani zaidi ili kuona kwamba uwanja ule haukai bure mchana. Kenya Airways peke yake na labda ndege 2-3 ambazo ni za kukodi zinakuja moja kwa moja kutoka Ulaya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, iwapo ndege hizi zitaruhusiwa, Turkish, Qatar ilikuwa inakuja, Turkish inakuja, ikiwa zitaruhusiwa Mheshimiwa Speaker, hata Emirates zitasaidia pakubwa kuinua biashara katika ukanda mzima wa pwani. Na ukanda wa pwani unakuja Mheshimiwa Speaker mpaka sehemu za Kitui na kwengineko ambako hakuna mafikio ya viwanja vikubwa kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, naunga mkono na tungependa swala hili liingiliwe kwa ndani zaidi, kwa sababu hakuna sababu Kenya Airways inapata hasara kila mwaka, na hakuna ndege nyingine ambayo inaweza kutua pale, na uwanja ni mkubwa, unaweza kuhimili ndege yoyote, ndege aina yoyote ulimwenguni. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Asante sana. Senator Catherine Muma Muyeka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, I fully support Senator Miraj on this statement and would like to ask that the committee go further than just inquiring about Moi International Airport Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, we have 4 international airports in Kenya. We have the international airport in Eldoret. We have the international airport in Kisumu. And I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, the 3 international airports, Mombasa, Kisumu, and Eldoret, are underutilized. Mr. Speaker, if we actually operationalize Kisumu and Eldoret, being in the Western Kenya region, which is the food basket of the country, we can begin intra-Africa trade with neighboring countries so that we can have flights from Eldoret and Kisumu to West Africa and to other regions of Africa to enable the African countries to trade with our people in matters relating to agricultural products and many others. Mr. Speaker, therein lies a great opportunity to actually open up the region from Western Kenya, in Western Kenya, to open up the trade opportunities, and with that, open up employment opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, I therefore support and request that even as we spoke recently about industrializing this nation and getting the counties to come up with the industries, particularly agricultural industries, that we will actually operationalize this airport.
Senator Shakil Habdara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement by Honorable Miraj, Senator Miraj. Mr. Speaker, Mombasa is a tourist destination. And the reason why they moved the port of Mombasa to Naivasha, it is because they want to make Mombasa a tourist city. And a tourist city should be able to open its transport sectors in all sectors, either road or air or anything, or by sea, so that they open the opportunity for tourism. And the airport is one of the opportunity whereby tourists, they use so much to come to Mombasa, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that after COVID, this opportunity was not opened. Actually, all the flights which are supposed to come to Mombasa, whereby Mombasa being a tourist destination, they are closed and causing a lot of inconvenience to the tourists, Mr. Speaker. We therefore urge the government or the ministry to look into this sector and make sure they open that airport, open all the other airlines to Mombasa, so that they do not cause inconvenience to the tourist who wants to come to Mombasa and coast region as a whole, Mr. Speaker. I thank you so much. I support.
Last but not the least, Senator Wambua Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, you realize the interests are on my left-hand side. Don't ask me why I'm not giving the light. The right-hand side. Senator Rito, I can assume, but you are very low, below the... You are yet to get to you. The land has not captured you yet. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll only say 2 things about the statement by Senator Miraj. One, there is a growing trend, Mr. Speaker, which is alarming. And I wish that committee, actually I sit in that committee, and I can see my chair is there. A line must be drawn, Mr. Speaker, between what is good for Kenya Airways and what is good for this country. In the process of trying to protect Kenya Airways, there are a lot of things we are getting wrong as a country. We need to expand our economy. We need to grow our transport sector. But every time that there is an attempt in that direction, then the consideration of what impact that would have on Kenya Airways comes in the way of making that movement. Mr. Speaker, I say this because a similar statement, and this will be my last comment, a similar statement was brought to this House by former Governor of Makwiny, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., And that time the issue was the issue of frequencies for Emirates to fly into the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The Speaker, the protectionist mentality that successive governments have in favor of Kenya Airways may actually collapse our transport sector, and especially air transportation. It's important that we open up our airspace. It's important that, Mr. Speaker, we open up our airports. Mombasa International Airport is a big international airport. Kisumu International Airport is a big international airport. Eldoret the same. What I see happening in those airports is that at Eldoret, there is some bit of cargo there. But in the other area,
Senator Kibwanari, Aminda.
Asante Bwana Spika, na mimi nataka kuunga mkono ya kuwa at least Qatar Airways or airlines iweze kupewa rights ya kuweza ipewe rights kama ndege zingine. Bwana Spika, kusema kweli Mombasa ni city ya pili ya Kenya, na Mombasa kweli tumeona ndege nyingi, tumeona ndege nyingi kama zile za German, zile kondo zilikuwa zinatoka direct kutoka German mpaka Mombasa. Kwa hivyo Qatar itakuwa inaleta mambo ya utalii na itatuwezesha kama nchi kiuchumi, kutuwezesha Kenya kiuchumi. Kwa hivyo kusema kweli ni masikitiko makubwa kama kweli imenyimwa huo uwezo kwa wao kuweza kufika kwenye jiji la Mombasa. Bwana Speaker, naunga mkono sana ya kuwa Mombasa inafaa kupewa kipaumbele kwa upande wa utalii na kwa upande wa hizo rights za sio Qatar peke yake na ndege zingine zote kuweza kufika kuland upande wa Mombasa. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Mwisho Senator Kenywa Deritu.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Ni vizuri Bwana Speaker hata ndege zingine Qatar, Turkish ziweze kuzuru Mombasa Bwana Speaker, na sehemu zingine za Kenya. Bwana Speaker, wataleta ajira kwa vijana.
Kuzuru Mombasa ni ziwe zinatua Mombasa kuchukua abiria na kushukisha. Ndege iwezi kuzuru Mombasa.
Bwana Speaker, haiwezi katua kama ijazuru Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, kwa lugha ya Kiswahili hiyo ni napaswa, wacha niendelee Bwana Speaker. Wanapaswa kuwa wakizuru Mombasa Bwana Speaker na sehemu zingine za Kenya kwa sababu itaongeza ajira kwa vijana wetu Bwana Speaker. Na vile vile Bwana Speaker, ikiwa ni ndege moja peke yake itaambiwa huwa inazuru Mombasa Bwana Speaker, inaonekana ya kwamba Bwana Speaker kutakuwa na ushindani Bwana Speaker. Kwa hivyo watakuwa wakilipisha nauli ya ndege vile wanavyotaka Bwana Speaker, lakini tukikubalia wale wengine wawe wakizuru na kutua Mombasa Bwana Speaker, itakuwa ni jambo la manufaa kwa hata wateja Bwana Speaker, na watalii wataongezeka Bwana Speaker. Na ndipo tayari tumetengeneza hata reli Bwana Speaker kwenda Mombasa. Ni vizuri hata ndege zile zingine Bwana Speaker ziwe zikitembelea pale, itaongeza ajira Bwana Speaker kwa vijana wetu. Vile vile Bwana Speaker itafanya utalii uongezeke Bwana Speaker kwa sababu kutakuwa na watu wengi wanazuru pale Mombasa kwa sababu nauli itakuwa imeongezeka Bwana Speaker. Ukiwa unajua kwamba uchumi wetu umezorota kidogo Bwana Speaker, inafanya wananchi kuwa na hali ya kutokuwa na hela. Kwa hivyo ukiwa na ndege nyingi zinatembelea pale Mombasa Bwana Speaker, italeta ushindani kibiashara, alafu bei zitapungua Bwana Speaker. Na Bwana Speaker, nasikia Wambua akisema ya kwamba mimi sina uwezo kuongea kuhusu ndege Bwana Speaker kwa sababu sisi tunasema.
Senator Wambua, uko na hoja ya nidhamu.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Nimeusikiliza seneta mwenzangu, seneta wa Laikipia, Senator Kenywa. Kwa mara kadhaa amerudia neno ndege kutembelea Mombasa. Bwana Speaker, kuzuru na kutembelea pia. Speaker, kwa kuelewa kwangu wa Kiswahili, watu hutembelea sehemu fulani fulani, lakini ndege hutua. Sasa sijui kama huyu senator wa Laikipia anaongea kuhusu ile ndege sisi tunajua habari yake ama ndege zingine. Mimi sielewi, Mr. Speaker.
Nitakinywa weka mambo yako kwa bayana kabisa.
Bwana Speaker, nina hofu kidogo kwa sababu siku ya leo amenitaja mimi na akataja Steward Mazayo. Na sasa siwezi nikaongeza zaidi kwa sababu ni kuelewa haelewi, kwa sababu kabla hijatua Bwana Speaker unazuru ndio uweze kutua Bwana Speaker. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker ni Kiswahili lakini najua hakifahamu Bwana Speaker, na kwa sababu
wako umeisha. Seneta Chute, uko pia kwa hoja ya nidhamu, mambo ya kuzuru na kutua na kutembea.
Hiyo asante Bwana Speaker. Hiyo Kiswahili yao ni ngumu kidogo kwangu vile nimetoka Marsabit. Na nikiongea vile nitaongea Marsabit, wasijaribu kuingilia hiyo kukosoa mimi. Bwana Speaker, nikiunga mkono statement ya Mheshimiwa Senator Miraji. Bwana Speaker, juzi nilikuwa about wiki mbili iliyopita nilikuwa nimeenda Addis Ababa. Addis Ethiopia Airlines ile faida wametengeneza miaka hii tuko saa hii ni milioni 950 dola ya Amerika. Milioni 950. Bwana Speaker, Bwana Speaker, Telcom ya Ethiopia imetengeneza bilioni 2 dolari hata hiyo. Sio pesa ya nchi nyingine, pesa ya Amerika. Bwana Speaker,
walio wachache.
Bwana Speaker, ndugu yangu senator wa Marsabit na mheshimu sana na rafiki yangu sana, na singependelea kumwingilia kati, lakini ametaja pesa za Amerika kama dolari. Je, pesa za Amerika zaitwa dolari ama ziko na jina lingine la Kiswahili?
Mweleze vile inaitwa, sababu unajua wewe unaelewa labda inaitwaje.
Unasema tu dola.
Seneta Chute.
Bwana Speaker, asante sana Bwana Speaker. Dola ni Kiingereza, dolari ni Kiswahili le sanifu kabisa. Bwana Speaker, ukiangalia Bwana Speaker, vile mambo iko sahi Kenya, sijui kama tumerogwa na nani, mimi sijui paka sahi. Ukienda nchi nyingine watu wote wanafanya kazi yao vizuri. Ukiangalia kampuni ya sukari Kenya yote iko chini. Ukiangalia kampuni ya Telcom iko chini. Sasa kama kampuni ya Telcom Ethiopia imetengeneza bilioni 2. Hata Safaricom wamefika huko, Bwana Speaker, wameshindwa kuingia kwa sababu ile Telcom ya Ethiopia iko na nguvu zaidi. Kwa hivyo kama wakikataza ndege zingine kutua mahali zingine Mombasa na mahali zingine, haitasaidia Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways imefilisika, imekwisha. Hata wakifanya nini hawataendelea. Ile mambo mzuri watafanya, wajaribu kusaidia Kenya Airways.
Senator Gloria, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Chute, my chair, is actually misleading the House because he cannot come and say that nothing can be done to uplift Kenya Airways. That is not a fact, Mr. Speaker.
We are actually in the process of ensuring that Kenya Airways is profitable, so he must withdraw that statement.
Who is in the process? Can you just clarify so that he can
Yes,
understand?
Mr. Speaker, I meant to say that this government is actually in the process of reviving Kenya Airways. The Kenya Kwanza government, led by the President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto.
So let's go to the next order, Mr. Clerk, kindly. That's the end of. We are done with the happy hour. Now we want to go to serious business.
Order number 8, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2023. Second reading. Resumption of debate.
Honorable Senators, we are resuming debate interrupted on Thursday, 20th of April, 2023. And this bill, I understand it was moved and seconded. And now it is open for members now to contribute to the motion. I start with the Senator Olekina Rendama. You are number 1 on my list. Sorry? Who? On Equalization Fund? Okay. Yeah, I think my direction was very right, 100%. Senator Gruri, you are out of order. Senator Olekina, proceed. You did not contribute. This is open for grabs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record and say that I do hope that finally counties will be able to get their money. The Constitution provides for setting up a percentage of revenue to be able to assist counties that have been dragging behind to catch up to the other counties. Mr. Speaker, the way this country was developed was along the railway line. If you look at what is happening in this country today, Mr. Speaker, where there is development is where the railway line. This is because of session paper number 10. But the framers of our Constitution saw it fit to set aside a certain amount of money to be able to assist counties develop. Mr. Speaker, we talk about equity versus equality. And the framers of this Constitution would like to see a country where equity would be the rule of law. Last year, Mr. Speaker, engaging with the Commission of Revenue Allocation, we were discussing on the parameters to be used. I remember in this House, we were arguing and saying, where is the disparity in this country? The current governor of Nairobi, who was then the senator of Nairobi, but then I would refer to him as Senator Sakaja, raised certain very important points and said that there's a lot of disparity. There's a lot of challenges in Nairobi County, and that Nairobi County should have also been considered with this fund. So there I posed the question, Mr. Speaker. What exactly were we looking at when you talk about the Equalization Fund? Other people refer to it as a marginalization fund. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the decision to be able to define counties as being marginalized was reached by a serious study that was carried out by the Commission of Revenue Allocation. I'm happy that ultimately they decided to narrow down to wards, sub-wards of villages, so that they can be able to assist counties at least develop. One of my biggest pet peeves, Mr. Speaker, is that every financial year, money is set aside, but that money never reaches the counties. I hope that now, finally, with this equalization fund, the monies will be able to reach the counties. One of my other biggest problems, Mr. Speaker, is that there are so many people through the Ministry of Planning who are engaged in contracts. And if you happen to go to counties, Mr. Speaker, you'll be shocked. There are hospitals which were built, but they ended up just being white elephants. Earlier on, when I was in my office, I was listening to the good senator from Mutembei talking about pending bills. And yesterday, we had the cabinet secretary in charge of Treasury discussing about pending bills. And also money that is sent to counties vis-a-vis money that is sent to national government. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, that at this time we are still grappling with the idea of coming up with legislation to be able to ensure that we comply with the Constitution. We have violated the Constitution for so many years. Right now, Treasury has violated Article 219 when it comes to the issue of sending money, the share of county government, where hopefully yesterday we got into some form of consensus where money for February will be sent. Now, Mr. Speaker, my biggest problem is this. The Constitution sets up a sunset clause on the issue of the equalization. It was only supposed to be 10 years, but our counties have not enjoyed any resources from the Equalization Fund. We have kept this money. So the question is, as I support this bill, will all the money be sent that has been kept aside? Is that money there in the consolidated fund, or it's not there? Those people who build those hospitals and were never paid, will they be paid? Will those hospitals that were built in some counties, those roads which were paved or maybe graded, so that these counties or villages who are still living in the old ages can be able to slowly catch up with the rest of Kenya? Are those roads still, are they still functional, or are they dilapidated? Mr. Speaker, sir, I think as a country, we need to be asking ourselves and reminding ourselves the concept of a fiduciary responsibility. I would dare say, Mr. Speaker, that we have not been responsible as legislators, as the other arm of government, the executive, because at least if we were and we cared about our counties catching up with other counties, 2023 should not be the first time when we are discussing the issue of Equalization Fund. And if we are to be remorseful, I hope that Treasury will be able to release the entire amount set aside to our counties. I do hope also that those contracts, or which will be built using the money from the Equalization Fund, will be given to youth, women from those villages. We don't want a situation whereby a small cabal or a cartel ends up getting all the contracts. Yet, the whole concept of setting aside a small percentage of all the revenue collected should be supporting those counties which are behind. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, since I do not want to belabor the point, I think my point was very clear from the onset. This Senate failed, in my view, in defending devolution by agreeing for the very first time with the national government in terms of the shareable revenue. And we are going to pay hard for it. I do hope that now all of us will be able to support these and also follow through to make sure that whatever amount of money is sent to Narok. And I think the process which has been set up now is a point of order. I'm happy to wait.
Yes, Senator Chelagay.
Mr. Speaker, I raise under Standing Order number 105 on responsibility of fact. What Senator Ledama is insinuating is that the Senate did participate in cutting money that is meant to be sent to counties. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ledama and I sat in this House, and in the last financial year, counties got 370 billion. We have increased by 15 billion to 385 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record, tradition, and respect. I would urge my colleague, Mr. Speaker, through you, to separate what he says in public and in newspapers and what he is saying on the floor of the House. Because we cannot participate. Mr. Speaker, I remember, even in your ruling on the Meru case, when I tried to contest on the report that were tabled in this House, I was disagreeing with it. Mr. Speaker, I was thrown outside the chamber. So is Senator Ledama in order to allege that the Senate is killing, dismembering, committing macabre against devolution, Mr. Speaker? Yet we have added 15 billion. In fact, what he should be saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the Senate added 15 billion to 385 billion, although they wanted 4 or 7 billion, Mr. Speaker. So this incitement of Senate by the likes of Senator Ledama, by the public, is uncalled for, Mr. Speaker. And he knows very well that when in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, under Article 202, the country is in a deep mess because of public debt. And the first charge, when we collect revenue, is the high of 10 trillion, Mr. Speaker. And you are aware, Senator Ledama voted, Mr. Speaker, and it is on the record, in the rising of public debt ceiling. So is it in order for him to mourn and wail more than the bereaved, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Rekina, you have heard the issues raised on your statement.
Mr. Speaker, facts are very stubborn. In the history of the Senate, this Senate, for the very first time, failed devolution. Mr. Speaker, this Senate, for the very first time, went against its own committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee, which is chaired by the distinguished senator from Mandera, is a committee of this House. The committee proposed that we, in this committee, in this parliament, agree with the Commission of Revenue Allocation by sending money, 407 billion shillings, to counties. If the distinguished senator from Nandi would like me to substantiate my facts, I'll be more than happy, Mr. Speaker. And the first thing I'll table here are two things. One, I'll table the report of the Committee of Finance, chaired by the very able party leader, EGH, chairman, Captain Ali Roba, who recommended that we send 407 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is something I'm willing to be able to defend. And we will cry for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely ludicrous for any one of us to purport to say that this Senate has promoted devolution by agreeing with the national government. Our task is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Our task is to defend devolution. In fact, the very division of revenue bill that my brother is now inviting me to comment on says that, Article 218 says that when we deviate from the recommendation of the Commission of Revenue Allocation, we must give substantive reasons. The reasons which were given in the Division of Revenue Bill, the memoranda, to try and justify the deviation from the Commission of Revenue, when the National Assembly suggested that, proposed that we send 385, was that money was sent aside to pay the Hustler Fund. So it begs the question, why are we here? Are we here to defend national government, or are we here to defend the county government? Mr. Speaker, facts are very stubborn. And let me tell you, we will cry, and next time When the distinguished senator, I'm responding to his point of order.
Just a minute, Senator Ledama. What is it against Senator Chelege?
You know, Mr. Speaker,
interrupt the debate all
Mr.
the time.
Speaker, on a point of order,
what you
Mr.
should do
Speaker,
is also to
Mr. Speaker, do not be intimidated.
Also to contribute
Mr. Speaker,
to the motion.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order 183, 105, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted him to clarify, because, Mr. Speaker, every committee makes a report. The Senate, you cannot behave as if the Senate must agree with the committee report. Mr. Speaker, there are instances when investigated Senator Ledama sat in the committee of investigating on what we call medical equipment supplies. And in that report where he was a member, he said this was a criminal enterprise. But he came and denied the same report, Mr. Speaker. So the House has power either to agree or disagree with any committee, Mr. Speaker. And therefore the statement and accuracy of facts was to stop misleading the House and the public. Because, Mr. Speaker, the last financial year was 370 billion. We have increased by 15 billion, shareable revenue to 385 billion, Mr. Speaker. Under Article 202, all the way to 205, Mr. Speaker, it is not only shareable revenue, Mr. Speaker. Can I finish, Mr. Speaker? So that he didn't listen properly. You know, Mr. Speaker, maybe he has been busy milking cows. Mr. Speaker, under Article 202 and 205, the money that goes to counties, Mr. Speaker, is one, shareable revenue, conditional grants, and other grants that are be given by national government, Mr. Speaker. So to sit in the House and mislead that the money that was meant to the counties were being taken to Hustler Fund is a fallacy, a misnomer, Mr. Speaker, and you should not allow him to go through that direction, Mr. Speaker. Is he in order to allege that any report prepared by its committee of the Senate should be agreed with, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Ndama Orekina, can you kindly conclude?
Mr. Speaker, you know...
And honorable senators, the word shame is not parliamentary. You are colleagues, honorable Sifuna. The word is shame is unparliamentary, absolutely. Because this house, you either vote to defeat a bill, you either vote nay or yes. And that is done. So, you know, the one shame to me as your chair this afternoon is conclude and finish.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it baffles me when a senator, someone who is supposed to read any bill that he contributes to, stands on the floor of the House and says that I'm misleading the public, that the reason why we deviated was not because of the Hustler Fund. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite the distinguished senator from Nandi to go out and seek for a copy of the Division of Revenue Bill and read the memorandum. There are reasons which were given. This is a gentleman who is an advocate of the High Court. I would believe that an advocate of the High Court, you know, or allegedly, you know, Mr. Speaker, would pay attentive to details and read everything. Mr. Speaker, you know, really, the points of orders by Senator, this gentleman, his point of orders, Mr. Speaker, are point of annoyance and, you know, seriously.
Let us hear this point of order from Senator Kinyua.
Mr. Speaker.
And also maybe you must really quote the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, it is Mr. Speaker, it is in public domain that Senator Cherargei, even the Kenya Gazette, has been put clearly. He is the advocate of the High Court, Mr. Speaker. For somebody, Mr. Speaker, it is not in our standing order. It is in the Kenya Gazette, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya Gazette states very clearly. He is, Mr. Speaker, he is. You cannot come here and say you're insinuating. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't allege, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it must be known, the committee of this House are only 9 members, Mr. Speaker. In this House, we only have 9 members. When the report is brought here, it can be amended by this House, Mr. Speaker. So it is no big deal when the Senator Robert brought a report here and it was amended. The Senate was doing its work, Mr. Speaker. So Senator from Narok, cannot come here and try to tell us the report was brought. So many reports have been brought in this house, Mr. Speaker. Okay. They are amended. This is not the first one, Mr. Speaker.
Your point is saying, Senator Ndamolekina, kindly conclude your contribution.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, you must learn the tricks of this game. Point of order on what? But he is not on the floor. You must wait. Senator Ndamolekina, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm loving this because, you know, debate is a terminology used in Parliament for or against. You know, and it is very interesting because this point of orders by the distinguished senator from Nandi are not really point of orders because facts are very stubborn. Point of information. I'll be more than happy to be informed.
Senator Ndamolekina, you want to be informed?
Absolutely.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inform my colleague here that in fact the conduct by Senator Cherargei offends Standing Order 121 1B, where a colleague knowingly raises a false point of order. That is not a point of order, Mr. Speaker. It is a pretext for him to defend himself against the heat that he's feeling both in Nandi and in Nairobi for the vote that he took. Mr. Speaker, it is in fact a question of fact that there was a committee report by the Finance Committee that was brought before this House, asking this House to add counties money from 385 to 407. It is also a fact that that bill or that proposal or the amendment to the bill was put to this House in a vote. It is also a fact that 22 of our colleagues decided that they were not going to support our committee, the Finance Committee, but they were going to follow direction from other quarters, Mr. Speaker. So we understand the discomfort. People don't want us to discuss. I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order. Teacher, the rules of the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order.
Conclude your point of order. Yes, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, whether you like it or not, history has already been written.
Out of order. Just give him time to finish his
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He is also on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You cannot rise on a point of order when another member is on a point of order. Just familiarize yourself with the standing orders.
Thank you for protecting me against ignorance, Mr. Speaker.
But proceed and finish.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your protection against ignorance.
You know, Senator Sifuna given you a leeway to make your contributions.
Let me finish.
Just the information you have to give him should
Let
be
me finish.
brief.
Until he is informed properly, Mr. Speaker.
No.
You need to allow me to
give
finish.
Him a brief information.
In 1 minute. In
Not
1 minute.
5 minutes.
In 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, the ink is dry on history. The vote was taken last week. It doesn't matter how much discomfort it causes you. Let your conscience kill you. But the fact of the matter remains that you voted to deny counties money. Thank you.
So, Lekina, you are done because you have been informed. We go to the next member.
What? No, I've not done. Mr. Speaker, I was interrupted on my third point, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I've been interrupted. I haven't even contributed. You know, 4 minutes. Very good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's another point of order. Mr. Speaker, these are points of annoyance. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will not listen to them anymore. You know, as I conclude on the matter that I was being asked to substantiate, Mr. Speaker, I've sat on this chair now for the last 6 years. And in 2 years, Mr. Speaker, I sat in the mediation committee between the National Assembly and the Senate. And for the history of the Senate, this year will go down as the first year when we have denied counties money. That's a fact. Resting that point, Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate that our relevance in this House is determined on how much we send to the counties and how we oversight our counties. We will go down in history as a parliament or a Senate that has killed devolution or contributed to the killing of devolution. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that my county will get some money. I'm happy to see that at least those people who are poor, who cannot be able to get resources in their wards, will be given some money to be able to try and catch up with the rest. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that these funds will not be treated the same way the shareable revenue is treated, where they'll be delayed. Because if they are delayed, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a that does not, and I repeat, does not respect the Constitution. You know, yesterday, the CS Treasury said that when they receive donor funds, they do not hold that money. That money is sent immediately. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that Equalization Fund, the fund is set aside by the Constitution. So that money should be treated equally, that it is money, there is a legislative framework on how to disperse that money to counties. Do not delay that money. Mr. Speaker, looking at the amount allocated, and it's important that I mention for my people of Narok to see, is that starting with Transmara East, Emurwedikir, I'm happy to see that there'll be about 30 million shillings, which will be transferred to Kapsasian and Mogondo wards. In Kilgoris, Angata Barigoi will get about, can we see, 51 million. Keyan ward will get another 33 million. Kilgore Central will get 50 million. Kimintet, 54. Just looking at Kilgore's constituency on its own, will get 289 million shillings. Narok East, where I come from, will get about 122 million. Narok North will get about 203 million. Narok South will get about 230 million. And Narok West will get about 161 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, I wish there's a way that we could ring fence these funds to ensure that those who participate in the tenders are people from those wards. That is when we can clearly define the meaning of equalization. But what will happen, and this is the reality, which is one of my biggest pet peeves, Mr. Speaker, is that people who are tenderpreneurs and they know themselves, they are the ones who will be running from one office to another, seeking a tender. Just like when the budget is made in this country, someone always makes sure that there's a road for them. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that for once, this parliament, even if we've lost on one battle, at least we can think about the future. You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we behave as if we will live forever. We will not. We are just passing through. So in order to ensure that at least we support our brothers who have been left behind for many years, you know, for them to get a hospital, for them to get a road. Because another big debate, Mr. Speaker, will come up. And the biggest debate which will come is one that we defeated in the last parliament, which is on the issue of how resources should be divided in this country. I do hope that this Equalization Fund will now give us a second time to be able to redraft the session paper number 10. So that every part of this country can be able to develop. I'd be happy, Mr. Speaker, if I see a child from Mosiro, a place where this year many families or many homes were literally closed completely because of the drought. I'd be happy to see a child from there becoming a president of this country one day. The only way we can do it is, number one, Mr. Speaker, ensure that these funds from the Equalization Fund actually do reach the people who they're intended to. Number two, something which I think we need to consider as a Senate is to be able to readjust the sunset clause of the money which was set aside for the Equalization Fund. Because for 3 years, that money has, for more than, I think more than how many years? Like 6, 8 years. You know, more than 8 years, that money has never been set, has never been, I'm even surprised, Mr. Speaker, that we're only getting very little, we're getting peanuts. So I think as we pass this, I do hope that the Finance Committee will actually now will go to the Consolidated Fund and see how much of that money is there. Because I don't believe the schedule which is presented here equals to the amount of money that has already been set aside. I'm happy to be informed, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude. So I can, before
proceed, conclude kindly. Senator Olekina, conclude your contribution.
Okay. I really want to be informed. But anyway, if I cannot be informed, I might as well end there. Eddie?
No time for information.
There's no time for information.
Just survive with what you know for now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this time. Be blessed.
Honorable Senators, there was a directive I was to make on the statement issued by Senator Milaj. This statement should go to the Committee on Loans, Transportation and Housing. That's a statement on landing rights for scheduled international flights to Mombasa International Airport. Senator Sigei Wakiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to give my contributions in support of the Equalization Bill. And, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have spoken to the Division of Revenue Bill that was passed in this House last week. And I would love to be very candid and also inform the House that sometimes it's good to be a realist, especially when it comes to matters to do with national issues and also resources to our county governments. It is very convenient, Mr. Speaker, to speak about what is very negative. It is very convenient to say that this House denied counties revenues of funds that are entitled to. It is not convenient, however, to say the positives that went into it. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that as a House, there is always a procedure to be followed, where a report from every committee comes before the House. It is debated, it can be amended, it can be adopted without the amendments. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, the bill that came before the House was voted in, an amendment was proposed, and therefore that went into what the majority of the members of the House dealt with. Mr. Speaker, none is speaking to the issue on the positives of that particular bill, including the enhanced allocation to the national issues, an allocation to the library services that previously was never available, and nobody is talking about the fact that that is a devolved function. It cannot therefore be lost, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate is there to protect the devolution. It is there to protect the county governments, and that is exactly what this House did last week in order to ensure that whatever resources that are allocated to the counties are available for disbursements. We saw and heard yesterday the Council of Governors speaking to the issue on it, and Mr. Speaker, that is as regards the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to the issue on the Equalization Fund Bill. Article 204, Mr. Speaker, of the Constitution.
A minute, Senator Sigei. What's your point of clarification, Senator Asige Kegei? You said point of information.
But I don't want to be informed, Mr. Speaker.
You have the mic.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, mine was a point of clarification. I thought that the senator from Bomet County was rising to...
Who is clarifying? Because that...
it's a point of clarification.
Maybe
it's a
point of information. You want to inform him?
My point of clarification is not a point of order.
Senator Christos.
Chair, Speaker, My point of clarification was just for you to help me clarify whether the senator from Bomet County is contributing to the Equalization Fund or what happened last week. Because right now I thought, Mr. Speaker, we are contributing to the Equalization Fund. So my clarification is about relevance to his contribution. Thank you.
Senator Sigei. Mr. Speaker, I was laying the foundation to my contribution to the Equalization Fund. Yes. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue and contribute to the Equalization Fund.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker, I must also kindly protect Mr. Speaker from the Honorable Cherargei.
You say, sorry?
Kindly protect me from the Honorable Senator Cherargei, who is interrupting as I contribute.
When you're out of order, then you have a point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Senator Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the Equalization Fund, it is aimed at, from the drafters of the Constitution, equalizing, or rather ensuring that there is equality, and some or most of the marginalized counties and areas of our counties in this country are not left behind. Mr. Speaker, it is aimed at ensuring that we tag along all Kenyans in terms of their development, in terms of resource allocation, and in terms of ensuring that there is a benefit in those areas from the resources from the country. And the Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, from what I have gone through in this case, unlike what my learned, my colleague Senator Ledama has initially said, is that this indeed has got a sunset clause. But as we speak right now, I, as a representative of the County of Bomet, appreciate the allocation that has been given now to the County of Bomet, but still seek to ensure that all the areas where they are marginalized, in this case, under the policy or under the policy by the CRA in terms of identifying the areas which needs to benefit and needs to be enhanced, because there are certain areas where they are not supposed to benefit, but they are benefiting from this fund. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the county government of Bomet under the constituency where I come from, indeed, this is Chepalungu constituency. Chebunya ward has benefited out of the fund with 8.7 million. Nyangores ward, 8.6 million. Sigor ward, 8.5 million. Mr. Speaker, totaling 25.8 million. In this particular allocation, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, there are direct benefits that people coming from these particular wards will benefit. However, there are other places where this ought to have been the place most demanding or requiring of the fund, so that the services including water, roads, health facilities are, Mr. Speaker, availed to the people, especially where this is aimed at ensuring that we have areas to benefit. However, Mr. Speaker, in terms of now the allocation of this fund, we do propose, and as I support the bill, that this fund should, as it's already been set aside, immediately be released, so that we do not get to the situation like where we are at the moment. Allocations are made, but the funds are not released for the direct benefit of the areas identified as marginalized areas. Mr. Speaker, this is the position. I would support the bill as it is presented by the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Asige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to the Equalization Fund that's being discussed this afternoon. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also thank the committee for the work done so far on the bill, appreciating its time sensitivity, being that the end of the financial year is fast approaching. What we know so far, Mr. Speaker, is that the bill comes at a time when several counties are still in desperate need of basic services, specifically captured under Article 204(2) of the Constitution. It provides that the national government shall use the Equalization Fund only to provide essential services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas, to the extent, Mr. Speaker, necessary to bring the quality of these services in those areas to a level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation. My view, Mr. Speaker, is that it is essential to have an explicit formula or provide exact portions allocated to benefit PWDs, children, elderly, youth, and women who make up special interest groups in these marginalized areas. The Equalization Fund should ensure that the fund's allocations allocated to each ward has specific carve-outs for special interest groups in line with the objectives in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as you know, you will mostly find in our urban areas Kenyans of working age leaving their home counties in search of opportunities to better their lives. For example, Mr. Speaker, a young man from Marsabit will move to Nakuru. Another from Lamu may move to Mombasa. Another from Nyamira might move to Kisumu. And thousands will move to Nairobi. This means that our villages and rural areas comprise heavily of women, the elderly, PWDs, as well as other marginalized groups. A clear allocation structure is vital to ensure that the segment of society is not left behind and that the funds are utilized effectively to address the needs of our marginalized communities within these marginalized areas. Tied to this, Mr. Speaker, is the urgency to implement any programs covered by this fund because of its sunset clause, designed to lapse 20 years after its commencement. Mr. Speaker, this puts it at only a handful years left unless we as Parliament intervene. Mr. Speaker, in the 2011-12 financial year, the approximated constitutional entitlement was the sum of 2.3 billion. However, nothing was transferred to the fund. 5 years on, in 2015/16, it had accrued to 15.4 billion, yet only about 6.4 billion was transferred to the fund. In the current financial year, 12 years since inception of the fund, the entitlement has accrued to 55.3 billion, but the transfers are not clear, resulting in a huge shortfall against the entitlement. Further, Mr. Speaker, according to a report published by UNICEF, 31% of Kenyans do not have access to clean water, with 72% lacking proper sanitation right now as we speak. If put to proper use, Mr. Speaker, the monies from this fund would reduce these numbers, enhance quality of life, increase our Human Development Index, and create a sustainable lifestyle for the affected communities, particularly special interest groups, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some gaps that I have also identified as important to be addressed, even as we move to pass this bill. Firstly, the bill should specify the accounts from which the allocated funds will be withdrawn. It is crucial to set up designated accounts for each county to ensure that the circa 13 billion appropriated by the fund are used for the specific purposes itemized in the Constitution. Secondly, considering the sunset clause, nothing much has happened since its inception. The fund is in substantial arrears despite constitutional requirements to ring-fence its allocation and to transfer those allocations to the fund's accounts. Third, the Commission for Revenue Allocation and the Equalization Fund Board must also serve the Senate with regular M&E reports. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Equalization Fund, the revenue shared must be in line with the Constitution, as what is currently being used as a basis is not clear or legally measurable. Mr. Speaker, we might be in danger of using a lower threshold, as some of the revenue components seem to be excluded from the aggregates. This is my submission, Mr. Speaker, as I support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crystal. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed. Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I strongly support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, I urge and request the Finance Committee to seek more funds that was allocated in the past years since 2013. I remember and I know and I have that experience that some of these funds of equalization were not disbursed to the specific or to the mentioned counties. Mr. Speaker, I remember one time we, as members of parliament from the marginalized areas, we visited the treasury, the cabinet secretary for treasury, and we asked him that the treasury all has equalization fund, and he said we were promised that the project that we were identified will be funded by the national government. I want to be so specific, Mr. Speaker. Due to the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, I don't know why that decision was really made. Mr. Speaker, the sessional paper that denied some counties the potential of advancing, the potential of development, it is not written in any scripture. It is not even written in Quran. It is not even written in the Bible. It is not even written in the Constitution. Why these areas, these counties were marginalized? And to be logic, Mr. Speaker, areas like Marsabit, areas like Mandera, areas like Turkana, which is 77,000 kilometers square. How, when you put Marsabit and Turkana, it's like a half of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we were denied this opportunity of development, it is not known up to now, Mr. Speaker. But since it is our time, I know, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that I support this bill. Mr. Speaker, the funds that are allocated to Turkana County, surely I appreciate. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to be 3 times or 4 times than the years that were not, the area did not get the allocation of equalization fund. The area is fast. Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, the county and other areas that are so-called marginalized were denied justice. Mr. Speaker, the first time we saw a tarmac road was just 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Yet, this money was meant for electricity, was meant for roads, was meant for health facility. Mr. Speaker, these funds are supposed to be allocated to marginalized counties so that it can go at par, be at par with other counties. Mr. Speaker, up to now, some counties are still in dark ages. We can call them because in the Bible says, they say light and darkness will never remain the same. Meaning, these areas, these counties that are in darkness will never be at par with those of those developed counties. Mr. Speaker, the issue that is so painful, one time an experienced speaker, I crossed a river as a member of parliament, and I crossed the river without some of my clothes because there was no bridge. Expectant mothers across the river and they lost their children. The elders were very old. They wanted to access to an early center, just an early center, not an hospital. So they lost their life. So what we are saying, it is not just sympathy. It is a deliberate action to confirm that this nation, that any part of this nation enjoys the privileges and the right of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that is not enough. Mr. Speaker, in these areas, people are still struggling with basic needs, health, water, and food. They cannot afford a meal in a day. Mr. Speaker, that's why we are saying, when will they enjoy that right of food, right of health services, right of electricity? Mr. Speaker, as the cost of electricity is going high now, Mr. Speaker, we wonder how will these areas, if they have been, the cost of electricity has been high most of the time, will they actually, this time, will they actually afford electricity? I doubt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other most important point that we want to say, that I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, water is a problem in these marginalized areas. That is why we require this amount so that the citizens of these marginalized areas are given their right, they enjoy their right. Mr. Speaker, moreover, the issue of electricity, most of these areas are intact. They have not seen the electric wire. So when will they see? This is the right time for them to see electricity. Rural electrification is supposed to be in proper. REREC, Kenya Power, some of these areas, they have not even seen even a post of erupted by Kenya Power or REREC. They do not know. So that is why it is not their problem, it is deliberate. You have remember a certain dictum, Mr. Speaker, when they say, when you are traveling from Turkana to Nairobi, they say, I am going to Kenya. Because the area Kenya is developed in Nairobi. When Nairobi were building roads, schools, health centers, and these other important amenities. In this area, they were in darkness. They were just taking care of the animals. It is time, Mr. Speaker, we call a spade a spade. We give Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and God what belongs to God. Give Nairobi what belongs to Nairobi. Give Lodwar, Turkana County, what belongs to Turkana County. God did not make a mistake to make creation the way it is. It isn't. The only thing I did, I know, Mr. Speaker, God is a visionary God. God is God with vision. In these areas, he decided to put sugar again in some areas, tomatoes, whatever, coffee. But in these areas that we are so we say marginalized. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this statement. One time, one moment, this country will depend the so-called the marginalized counties. Why? It's because, Mr. Speaker, what we've realized recently, that all the minerals, gold, silver, oil, and others, they are found in marginalized areas. Meaning, God had a plan. He said, let us just use the resources that are found within Nairobi and areas within Nairobi. Then, when it gets finished, we will go to Turkana County and we will get assisted. Mr. Speaker, to tell you an exhibit, the other thing I want to ask my brothers, my senators, with due respect, I know that in the Constitution, 20 years were allocated for this marginalization. But the reason, because of the delay, because of the issues that are so critical, these other 10 years were go to lose, the areas did not benefit. But when I read the Constitution, I ask members of Parliament, dignified senators, we can still appeal, we can still amend. Half of these members of Senate can appeal, amend this Constitution so that we can add the lost 10 years, so that we become 20, so that we enjoy these services of electricity, roads, and water. We enjoy them until the time we come at par with the other areas. Mr. Speaker, I have a case study. We passed a division of revenue bill. It's very okay. There is someone who was singing a song that money is not the problem. The problem is how to use the money. Yeah, money is not the problem. Problem is how to use money. Yes, we have passed the division bill. We have appropriated. We have passed this equalization fund. We have passed the bill of appropriation. There is the question that the senators are supposed to ask. Do they have enough teeth, the strong teeth, to bite? This is what we are asking the leadership of this House, that we have disbursed money to the county. But what you will realize when we are disbursing funds, the senators are forgotten. They will not even pick their calls. They are just looking like people who are yeah, it's like we are refugees in our own, we are IDPs in our own land, in our own county. We expected the oversight fund. We expected this oversight fund to be the teeth to bite, so that we evaluate, we monitor, we oversight this fund at the county, so that we make sure if it is water, a bowl, 10 bowls, we make sure these 10 bowls are done. If there is electricity, we make sure every village that is rural is electrified. When we see roads, we make sure roads are there. So, Mr. Speaker, one thing that I was a former member of Parliament, 11 Parliament and 11 Parliament and 12 Parliament. Something that I want to tell my colleagues. It is a paradox that CDF was building a road, a road with 1 million. 1 million, 1.5 or 2 million, the highest. But now when we get into the county, we find a road that is worthy 2 kilometers or 3 or 5 kilometers is 25 billion. 25 billion against 1 billion, surely. This is misappropriation. So we can pass this appropriation, I support. But in reality, you will get that it will be misappropriated, to tell you the truth. The other thing, the designs in the counties. We are supposed to have a design of which is a government official who is specialized in making designs. You will see the designs differ. Every governor gets his designer, the one who draws the projects. And you will find it is too expensive. Mr. Speaker, the other grave issue is that the cost of any inflation of funds there, you will find there are projects in the counties they are not complete. And these projects, most of these projects are for national government. People get contracts from here, they see contracts from the rural areas, marginalized areas, and then after getting the tender, they say, this area is very insecure, I cannot go there. Why did you agree to take that money? Was that money not insecure? No, that is marginalization. When a project is meant to be taken to Kibich, let it be taken to Kibich. God created this asset. Let there be sun, and the sun was there. Let there be moon, and the moon was there. This is what we are supposed to do in this Senate. When we are saying, let the classroom be in Kibich, let that classroom be there. Let the road be in Mombasa or Malindi. Let it be there. Because that is the reason we have that power. The citizens have given us power to do what they want, to do their priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, this money, I appreciate. Because they say, what God has given you, just appreciate. But in the reality, it is not enough. And I ask if it will reach the third reading. Surely, I will ask our brethren, our dignified senators, we should just add Turkana County, because you know Turkana we have gold. We will also give you paraffin, kerosene, whatever. If you add us something, Senator Kajwang, if you give us something more than this, we will also consider you in the future. Because I remember the Bible says, when you deny me this opportunity on earth, you will also deny that opportunity in earth, in heaven, during the day. Yes. Point of information. No, I am just quoting the scriptures, and the scriptures you cannot have information of more about the scriptures. You have just observed. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I support
Senator Lomenen. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill for very selfish reasons. And I'm embarrassed that I'm not supporting it for nationalistic reasons, reasons that builds a nation called Kenya, but reasons that are rather selfish. Mr. Speaker, Mutembei County is receiving 176 million in the allocations that will come from the monies that we've approved today.
out of the 13.89 billion. Homa Bay Town will get 8.6 million. Ndhiwa constituency will get 99 million. Suba North will get 24 million. Suba South will get 44 million. So, Speaker, it's very difficult to stand on the floor of this House and argue against money that is going to your county. But it is still not enough, Mr. Speaker. If we go by the deprivation index that the CRA came up with to determine which administrative units should get this money, we still think that the 176 million going to Homa Bay is not enough. Mr. Speaker, this fund has been ring-fenced for basic services including provision of water, roads, health, and electricity. And in as much as I'm talking about Homa Bay getting 176 million, a ward like Gembe, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, in Suba North constituency, will be getting about 8 million shillings. And Mr. Speaker, that 8 million shillings, if you look at it being an allocation that spans 2 financial years, then you'll realize that this money is not sufficient to carry out an effective implementation or an effective project that will reverse the marginalization that these areas have experienced over the years. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish that going forward, the 0.5% that is specified in the Constitution can be applied to the latest audited accounts, and I do hope that the National Assembly, whose accounts are used as a basis for this allocation, can fast-track their consideration of audit reports so that we get the very most recent audited accounts of the national government funds, and that way perhaps Homa Bay will get more than 176 million.
Senator Kajwang, do you want to be informed by the Honorable Senator?
Indeed, my neighbor and younger brother can inform me, right, particularly if my fly has not been zipped up.
Senator Kajwang, I think that I really share in your pain with regards to what you're getting in this particular schedule. And I think that what I wanted to inform you about is that since the inception of the Constitution, when this particular fund was established, it is important to note that our biggest struggle has been to implement this particular part of the Constitution. Because, Senator Kajwang, if you look at it very critically, if we go by the financial year 2022-2023, because I sit in this committee, by now, the National Treasury should have given this fund 54 billion. And today, what we are struggling with in this bill, Senator Kajwang, we are merely struggling to get 10 billion, because what has been allocated, what had actually been availed was 26 billion, but what we are fighting for here,
what's your point of
Kajwang,
order, Senator?
I am on a point of order. Can we be able to implement the rules of the House? I'm on a point of information to Kajwang.
What is your point of order?
Let me just finish.
You are on a point of
I'm informing him because I'm informing Kajwang. So Kajwang, what I wanted to ask you to fight for is if we can be able to fight for this money, that by now, if we can be able to insist as a House so that we get the entire 54 billion, you will be better placed to be able to get more money for your particular county. And as I finish,
just go straight to your information. You're already debating. You're eating into Senator Kajwang's time. Inform.
I'm not contributing. Okay.
Finish up, Senator.
So as I finish, Kajwang, on this point of information, I think that your pain is also expressed by some senators who are not informed that actually they needed to have fought for 22 billion in Dora that was supposed to go to their county. It's very disappointing to see somebody like Lebanon complaining here about very small money here. When you're given an opportunity to put more money to your people, then you kill it. So Kajwang, fight for the bigger pie that is here than the smaller one that we are allocating right now.
The mic. Thank you, Senator, for Migori, for duly informing me. Mr. Speaker, with that information in mind, we must reflect on the reason why the Equalization Fund was established. Article 204(1) of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, talks about the Equalization Fund. And in all our dealings, and I keep saying this, that this House is not the Supreme Court, it is not the High Court, it is not the Court of Appeal. We must always look at the spirit of the law in as much as we look at the letter of the law. Mr. Speaker, this money was meant to go towards counties and regions that have been marginalized as a result of government policy, and the most famous being the Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. Mr. Speaker, there is, and I've seen some of my colleagues who sat in the National Assembly, and I'm glad that they are now here to see the reality of some of the decisions that they made. Let us be honest to the nation. It got to a point where everyone wanted to get a piece of this money. We moved from the original marginalized counties of 14, and today there are 34. We argued that there were pockets of deprivation everywhere. Mr. Speaker, it was argued that even if you went to Westlands constituency and went to that ward where Runda is, that there's a slum called Githogoro, and therefore there is deprivation there, and as a result, Westlands should also be able to get part of the Equalization Fund. And Mr. Speaker, I see the senator for Nairobi is very, very excited. You'd get an area like Karen where there's a lot of wealth, and there's some pocket of deprivation, and you'd take the money that was supposed to go to Turkana, the money that was supposed to go to Mandera, and Marsabit, and Baringo, and such places, and bring it to Nairobi or bring it to Nyeri. Mr. Speaker, we lost it when we made the argument that this money should not go through the devolved structures, and it should go through the structures of the provincial administration, which, if we are honest with ourselves, has no place in Kenya's political and administrative architecture, because we made a commitment as a country that the system of provincial administration that was meant to control and tame and contain black Africans, that system needed to have been reviewed and overhauled with the advent of devolution. What did we do? We took the county commissioner and put him right at the center of decision-making in deciding on projects and implementing projects under the Equalization Fund. To make it worse, Mr. Speaker, even we, the senators, we legislated ourselves out of this matter, because at the county level, the chair of the committee that determines the projects is a county commissioner. Then you'll have the CEC finance for the county. Then you'll have the chairs of CDF, the CDF fund managers. In my county, I've got 8 CDF funds, so 8 of them will be sitting there. Then there'll be one person representing the county assembly, and then there'll be technical people from ministries. Mr. Speaker, this was absurd. And we made arguments that county governments are just thieves eating money, that we should not put additional money to them. Mr. Speaker, we have a deficit of trust in this country. If we think that the people we have in counties are thieves, why do we keep voting them back? Why can't we kick them out of office? There are a lot of instruments we have in the Constitution and various laws. We cannot keep making legislation on the basis of suspicion. This House should not sit aside and watch devolution, the structures of devolution and county governments dismantled, because sometimes if I see Captain Roba has bought a new car, I start thinking that he has bought that new car from Dora or from Kara, not knowing that Captain Roba receives a salary of 1 million shillings and is capable of buying a new car. Mr. Speaker, we made a mistake. And Mr. Speaker, I've just been talking to the then chair of the Delegated Legislation Committee, Senator Faki. The National Treasury made a commitment to this House that please pass these regulations, let us unlock funding to the marginalized areas, we will come back and amend the regulations. Mr. Speaker, those regulations have not been amended today. Where is the National Treasury? The chairman of Delegated Legislation Committee, Senator Mofaya, you must demand from the National Treasury to bring in the amendments that they promised. And Mr. Speaker, for this, we are all equally guilty, because this came in the heat of the campaigns. And some of us thought we would be in government so that we could change these things once we're in government. Now I challenge those who got into government through the back door and through windows. Can you now amend those regulations, because you stridently stood on the floor of this House saying that those regulations should not pass? Mr. Speaker, the sunset to this particular provision is fast approaching. And let us be bold enough to come up with legislation to extend the duration for this financing. But let us not use that as a window to bring on board the 13 other counties that are not included here. The other counties have got money through the DORA, through the KARA that this Senate appropriates every other year. Let us not mix things. Why is Turkana not the richest county in this country, Mr. Speaker? As Senator Lomenen had said
Senator
earlier...
Boni, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order number 105. Mr. Speaker, did you hear the distinguished senator from Homa Bay allege that we got our way into government through the back door? Mr. Speaker, under standing order number 105, he has the responsibility to demonstrate the factuality of what he's stating. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, he owes us in government and Kenyans who voted for us overwhelmingly an apology and a withdrawal of that statement.
Senator Kajwang, you heard that.
Mr. Speaker,
substantiate the comments made?
The Constitution talks of 47 plus 1 government. We have 1 national government and 47 county governments. When I talked about the government, I don't know why Senator Halwale is jittery. I don't mean that government that he's holding brief for. It might as well be a government in Homa Bay or a government in Migori. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Senator Okech is advising me to use a proverb that is a bit unparliamentary. But it says in my language that the person who fouls the air is always the first to start a fight. And so Senator Kalwale might be guilty of something. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the sunset to this particular provision. Let us be bold to extend it. Let us be bold to review the regulations. Let us be bold to review the policy. Mr. Speaker, it was said on the floor of this House, and I know some of the characters who work within this space, because some of them have gone to school with them, and sometimes they inform me informally, that the development of this next marginalization policy is going on. And CRA is going around to the counties. And they are visiting counties without the knowledge of county governments, without the knowledge of senators who are supposed to represent those counties. I think we must call the National Treasury and the Equalization Fund Committee to order, that their development of the next policy alongside the CRA must be one that is consultative, must be one that involves the county governments, the county governors, and the representatives and defenders of counties, which in this case are the members of the Senate, as well as the members of the National Assembly, who represents the interests of the people in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, finally, on sessional paper number 10 of 1965, it is not far-fetched when the senator for Turkana says that in future, Kenya is going to rely on the northern frontier for its wealth. It was not too long ago when the collapse of great civilizations like Persia, when the collapse of great cities like Baghdad and Damascus, and power shifted to what we call the global West, these areas were seen as places that offered no promise except nomads and camels and lots of sand. Mr. Speaker, when the British discovered oil in Saudi Arabia and the British incorporated British Petroleum, Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia suddenly became important. Baghdad again became important. Damascus became important. That part of the world, which was formerly a great civilization, just like Turkana, where humankind started. Mr. Speaker, when we find fossils in Turkana, it tells you that Turkana was a seat of a great ancient civilization. It shall come to pass that this country will start looking up north. Today, we think the North offers nothing but violence. We think the North offers nothing but poverty. We think when our children from the North go to schools in Kiambu, we tell them to go back to their counties, as if some counties are more important than the other. We assume that the money that goes to counties is money that comes from certain communities or comes from certain business people. Mr. Speaker, the news that should go to those people who are peddling division, sowing discord, saying that the children of parents from Northeastern, from Turkana, from Mandera, from Marsabit should not be seen in Kiambu, should not be seen in Nairobi, should not be seen in Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who are out to destroy this great nation called Kenya. And when Kenya is destroyed, and the areas that were developed as a result of sessional paper number 10, Mr. Speaker, cannot thrive if there's no peace. Because we provide services, we provide agriculture, we are in real estate, things that cannot thrive when things go south the way they are going south in Sudan. Mr. Speaker, when those guys who are telling our children not to study in schools in specific counties, when they split and when they destroy this country, the people of the north, they will know how to defend themselves with AK-47s. The people of the north, because they are used to adversity and hardship, Mr. Speaker, finally they will extract the oil that lies under that soil, the water that lies in Turkana. Mr. Speaker, all I'm calling for is a government that looks at the big picture. All I'm calling for is a government that revisits and revises the injustices of the past. Mr. Speaker, all I'm calling for is a better definition of bottom-up. Bottom-up not being seen as stealing money from the poor to the pockets of the rich. Bottom-up meaning that the marginalized areas must be prioritized in development and planning in this republic.
Mr. Speaker, I write at the pain of again asking that you request the Senator of Mutembei to withdraw and apologize for his xenophobic remarks about Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, we are painfully constructing a republic called Kenya. I know many children who are not Kikuyus, who are at Alliance Boys, Alliance Girls, Loreto, Mangu High School, name it, and there has never been a single report where any of the children has been attacked in school. In fact, my children go to those schools. If you have facts to demonstrate that somebody is marginalizing children from outside Kiambu, table them. If you don't, we want the peace to continue in those schools, and could you please withdraw and apologize?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Khalwale has been in this parliament long enough to reflect on rulings that have been made in the past. Mr. Speaker, even though it is possible for me to bring evidence to support what I have said, I will go by the decision of a speaker who is very prodigious in terms of his decisions. He said, you do not substantiate the obvious. Mr. Speaker, what I've said is in the public domain, but if Senator Khalwale feels aggrieved, I withdraw and substitute Mutembei in the place of Kiambu. I hope that will make him feel happy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, let us pass this bill. But please, the chairs of finance, the chairs of delegated legislation committee, and the communities that were the true beneficiaries of this money, let us go back and make sure we right the wrongs that have been committed in the past 5 years by denying the true recipients of this money and sending money to places where, if they put more effort to collect on-source revenue, and if they use devolved funds better, they would be able to get faster results as opposed to our brothers from the north. Our brothers from the north and those who have been forgotten, left out as a result of sessional paper number 65, you shall get justice. And I can tell you without doubt or fear that if Raila Odinga was a president of Kenya, the conversation today would be different. You will not be begging. You will not be begging for...
Senator Kajwang, thank you. It's honorable members, let's be in order. Honorable members, Senator Okech, let's be orderly. Senator Gloria, let us be orderly. It is now 5:30 p.m., honorable members. Earlier on, there was an appointed time following a motion moved by Senator Muma, understanding order that 7 to discuss a definite matter of national importance. I will ask the mover to take her 10 minutes to move and speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the discovery of mass graves thought to be those of Pastor Paul Mackenzie's followers, who purportedly died of starvation as part of the religious conviction prevailing in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, since 20th April 2023. Mr. Speaker, I think this matter is still live in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I thought to bring this motion because I think we share in a collective shame that we could have a cult running in this country for up to 20 years, and Mr. Speaker, that it has ended up with a tragedy of the magnitude that we are being told. Mr. Speaker, the case is still unfolding. Apparently, we now have 83 bodies that have been exhumed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm being told 89 because I know the operations are still on. Mr. Speaker, the right to life is the #1 right, is the primary right without which all other rights cannot be enjoyed. Mr. Speaker, when people are killed through starvation, the freedom from torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment is lost, Mr. Speaker. When that is meted upon children who have no right or cannot express themselves in terms of choosing a religion or an opinion, Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the story of the cult in Malindi, the story of Mr. Paul Mackenzie and the wife happened in Malindi, but it is a national disaster because those affected are not just people from Malindi. Those affected come from various areas, including Western Kenya, Kisii, Luo Nyanza, Nairobi, and other regions. Mr. Speaker, it is perplexing that we have a country that has security forces. We have a country that has a county security committee. But for 20 years, we have allowed this to happen. Mr. Speaker, the so-called Pastor Mackenzie is a public figure that has been appearing even in some of the presidential campaigns. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to accuse anybody, but all I'm saying, it's a collective shame that we could have somebody like that passing and getting away with what he has actually gotten away, in my view, because those lives can never be recovered, even if he was to be shot, even if he was to be mutilated in public, it will never recover those lives that we have lost. Mr. Speaker, commenting on religion in this country is an abomination. The religious organizations sometimes make it difficult to point out at any issue that is of concern, and that has made everybody allow cults to come up, people to come up, set up any so-called church or religious organization that extort poor people of money, that purport to have miraculous methods of curing disease, that prohibit children from going to school, that prohibit people from going to hospital. And Mr. Speaker, we continue to let them be, and yet the right to education is in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 53 provides for compulsory primary education for every child. So how we could have children claiming publicly that they are not going to school and nobody does anything about it is something that is not acceptable. I hope I have my 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, as we move, I want to ask the question, why did this happen? The county governments, particularly governors, are never involved in county security committees. Beyond what the police are doing and the investigation teams are doing, Mr. Speaker, I think this House needs to come up with a policy decision that can see county governments participating in local security issues. Mr. Speaker, if there was investigation that actually pointed out to funny decisions or funny things happening out, and a county governor was on that committee, the matter would not have reached where it has reached. Mr. Speaker, even as I say so, county governments have administrative officers, ward administrative officers, village administrative officers. The national government is supposed to have chiefs and sub-chiefs. Mr. Speaker, how did this happen without anybody picking it out? Mr. Speaker, county governments have CHVs, community health workers, work in every house in this country, every house. How did they not ever pick what was happening in Shakahola? Mr. Speaker, we need to ask questions beyond what the police are doing. We need to get back to the policy level to find out whether we need to regulate religious organizations in this country and to stop being intimidated by their leaders who do not want to be regulated. I think this is a matter of life, and as a House, we need to rise up and be counted. And I request that something urgent be done by this House as a Senate. And as I remain with my 2 or so minutes, I want to invite Senator Mazayo from Kilifi to come and second this mission. I support.
Asante Bwana Spika. Pia vile vile asante dadangu kwa kuniambia mimi nije niunge mkono. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza ningependelea kusema ni kwamba uongozi wa dini ndani ya Kenya unaruhusiwa. Na vile vile katika maeneo yale ninayotoka kuna kanisa la Good News International ambalo linaongozwa na Pastor Paul Mackenzie Ndenge. Bwana Spika, unaweza kuona kwamba kulingana na sheria zetu za dini ni kwamba mtu yoyote anaweza kuingia katika kanisa lolote analotaka kuomba na akaomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Lakini hivi majuzi tumeona kwamba tumeweza kupoteza kufikia hivi sasa watu zaidi ya 86. Bwana Spika, hawa watu wamepotea, wamekufa wakiwa katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Ni jambo la kusikitisha Bwana Spika ya kwamba Wakenya wanaweza kupoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya kiongozi wa dini. Jambo la kusikitisha Bwana Spika, nikianza nalo ni kwamba tulipoanza mambo ya ugatuzi, tulichokosea zaidi ni kwamba hatukuweza kuweka mtu kama governor kuketi ndani ya ile security committee. Bwana Spika, huyu Mackenzie amekuwa ndani ya Kilifi County zaidi ya miaka 16. Na hii dini yake imekuwa ikiendelea ndani ya Kilifi County zaidi ya miaka 16 Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, huyu ni mtu ambaye anajulikana sana na amekuwa akizunguka kila mahali. Lakini hivi juzi vilivyogonga habari ni kwamba alianza na msimu wake au kwamba watoto wasifanye mitihani. Na security naona. Baadaye watu walipopiga kelele akashikwa akapelekwa kotini. Akaachiliwa na shilingi 10,000. Akaja tena akashikwa kwa sababu alisema sio kufanya mtihani peke yake, lakini pia watu waanze mambo ya fasting. Lakini utakuja kuona Bwana Spika, kufikia mawiki yale yamekwisha. Alianza yale mambo ya kwamba watu wanaweza kukosa kula chakula, kosa kula maji, wala kukosa kujisaidia kwa njia yoyote kwa sababu dini yake nasema ukienda huko unaenda kukutana na Yesu. Bwana Spika, kunao mashirika tofauti ya kuangalia vitengo vya sheria. Kufikia hivi sasa kunao vitengo vya DCI, vile vya ujasusi, kunao machifu, kunao county commanders wale wa polisi, kunao county commissioner ambaye anaketi katika mambo ya security. Bwana Spika, nataka kuuliza kitu kimoja. Je, kitengo kama hichi kilipokuwa kitendeka, Bwana Spika, hawa watu walikuweko? Hawa watu wanajua hiyo? Na kama wanajua ni hatua gani walichukua? Bwana Spika, unaweza kuona ya kwamba katika ile county security team, ile county security team inaketiwa na commissioner. Na huyo commissioner mwenyewe anaketi kwa hiyo team. County commissioner wale waliokuwa katika miaka 16 iliyokwisha ndani ya Kilifi. Hivi sasa ni lazima wajukumike. Kama huyu mtu alikuwa huko miaka 16 iliyokwisha alianza hii dini, mimi nataka kuuliza ya kwamba ikiwa amekuwa huko katika miaka 16, basi wale county commissioners wote ambao walikuwa huko lazima waweze kuitwa na kuhojiwa. Ni kwa nini kama walimuona huyu Pastor Ezekiel Ndenge anaanzisha hili shughuli shirika lake la hili kanisa, ni hatua gani ambayo haikuchukuliwa? Bwana Spika, mimi nikitoka katika hili eneo ningependelea unisaidie, uniongeze at least madakika fulani niweze kueleza, kwa sababu niko na uchungu sana na watu wangu wamekufa, na ni lazima taifa liweze kujua kwamba tunaongea juu ya mambo ya Shakahola. Bwana Spika, nataka uniongeze hata kama dakika 3, dakika 4 ili niweze kumaliza.
Bwana Spika, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you.
For two reasons. One,
asante sana ndugu yangu.
And two, I'm informed that
wakili,
you have
asante sana.
Go ahead.
Nashukuru sana. Yes, asante sana mdogo wangu. Ndio. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha vile vile kuona ya kwamba hakuna hata county security team yoyote ama kamati ambayo ilikuwa inaweza kugundua hii. Swala la kujiuliza sisi ni kwamba huyu county commissioner na hii security team yake ikiongozwa na police commander, ikiongozwa na yule ofisa mkubwa wa DCI, hii kamati ilikuwa iko wapi? Na wanaishi na sisi kila siku kwenye mkutano, kwenye mitaa. Wanapokea mishahara yao kila siku. Lakini ukisikia kama kuna maandamano, wao wanajua kila kitu mpaka wanatuambia kesho tutatengeza mabomu tuyaweke. Lakini ikifika saa ya kwamba mtu anaenda kukufa, hawajui. Kifo cha mtu sio kwamba hujui ama umeharibu. Lakini mimi nasema tu ya kwamba nasema kwamba tuchukulie vitu ambavyo viko serious. Kupoteza kwa maisha ya watu wametoka sehemu mbalimbali kuja kutafuta wapendwa wao. Bwana Spika, mimi nasema tu ya kwamba yaliyotendeka yote 10, la 11 ni kwamba kulikuwa na upotevu wa mambo ya usalama. Na watu ambao walikuwa wanatakana kuangalia mambo haya walikuwa kama county commander, walikuwa kama county commissioner, walikuwa katika shirika la utengo la ujasusi la DCI, na vile vile tukiangalia tuko na machifu, tuko na wazee wa mitaa, tuko na wazee wa nyumba 10. Kwa hiyo mambo yetu ya usalama ni lazima yazingatiwe zaidi. Na mimi ninajua hata rais mwenyewe ameweza kutamka akisema kwamba huyu mtu ni terrorist. Na kama huyu mtu ni terrorist, basi mimi nasema ya kwamba wale kuanzia commissioner, wale ambao wako ndani ya Kilifi, commissioner ambaye anaketi kama chairman wa ile committee ya security, akifuatiwa na komanda wake wa polisi na DCI na kila mtu, akifuatiwa na wale watu wote ambao wako chini wanahusika mpaka kwenye vijiji. Bwana Spika, ningeomba kumwambia rais hawa watu hawezi kuwafuta kazi. Wasiwe katika hizo kazi zao. Manake huwezi kupata kitu kama hichi ambacho kinaua watu na wewe usiweze kuchukua hatua yoyote. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi kama seneta wa Kilifi, ni jambo la kusikitisha, na mimi niko na wale watu wote ambao wamepoteza wapendwa hao. Tunaombea Mwenyezi Mungu, lakini jambo kama hili ni lazima lichunguzwe, lifikishwe mwisho, na wale watakaopatikana kwamba walizembea zile kazi zao. Bwana Spika, tunasema ni lazima rais achukue hatua ya kuwafuta kazi. Asante sana.
You second. Honorable members, that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the discovery of mass graves thought to be those of Pastor Paul Mackenzie followers who purportedly died of starvation as part of the religious conviction prevailing in Shakahola village, Kilifi County since Friday, 20th April 2023. And honorable members, I am aware that there are other senators who had placed statements and confirmed, and I will give them priority in this particular order. Senator Gloria Orwoba, Senator Hamida, Senator Veronica Maina, and Senator Mandago. Each 5 minutes. Thereafter, I will embark on the members who have requested to speak to this motion. Those 5 senators had their statements approved by the desk of the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice on this issue, but first, before I even get into my arguments, I want to do some sensitization, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be some confusion about religion and cults. A cult is not a religion. It's a social movement. And what we are witnessing, Mr. Speaker, is a social movement, not a religion. So, Mr. Speaker, as I weigh in on this, I want to actually urge my fellow senators in the floor of the House to understand that we are actually discussing a matter of a social movement whereby we have a person who has convinced other people to starve themselves and their families to death, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have an issue.
What's your point
and
of
the
order,
issue,
Senator
and I hope my time will be given back to me.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gloria is misleading this House because it is in the public domain that in fact this gentleman was running a church called Good News International. If you feel constrained to speak freely on this issue, you don't have to contribute. But what you cannot do, Mr. Speaker, is to try and mischaracterize what we are facing. These people, we know what social movements are. We know what the social movement is, like what she was trying with sensitization on period shaming. That's a social movement. It's not a cult. Are you saying your movement is a cult? It's not a cult, Mr. Speaker. It is in public domain that in fact this gentleman was operating, running a church. It is based on certain faith and beliefs that are founded in religion. In fact, Mr. Speaker, so if you feel that because of your own political
Senator
constraints...
Sifuna, you have made your point.
Oh, let me finish. Let me finish. And you will not shout at me. Let me finish. I'm on a point of order.
Order, Gloria.
Yeah, I am. I am on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, if you feel constrained by your political chains that you can't put them down and speak to an issue objectively, you don't have to contribute, but you don't have to mislead us here.
Senator Gloria, resume and proceed to prosecute your issue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here as Senator Gloria Orwoba, giving my views as Senator Gloria Orwoba. I do not see any chains around me, Mr. Speaker, and let it be known to the public that what I speak here represents on my beliefs and my opinions. I do not speak for anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, a cult is a social movement. And that is what it is. A cult is a social movement. And we have so many people who are opening up all sorts of establishments in the guises of religious institutions. Not only churches, but also all sorts of things, including mosques and what they plan to, they call religious schools and things like that. We all know, particularly some of us who are Christians, we know what the church looks like. So, Mr. Speaker, today I want to say this. What we lack, and we are in this house, this is the upper house, where we have been sent as senators to legislate. And what we lack in this country, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no legal definition of a cult. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we had a legal definition of a cult, Mr. Speaker, then this would have been a very clear case of this is a cult, this is what it entails, and this is how we have to, deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker. We had the pronouncement of our leaders saying that this is a terrorist. I agree, Mr. Speaker. This is not a pastor. This is a terrorist. A terrorist who has actually gone out of their way to influence people to kill themselves, just as we have suicide bombers, Mr. Speaker. So when we are weighing in on this matter, I wanted to sensitize people that when we are talking of cults, Mr. Speaker, whether you want to put a blanket on them and call them religious institutions and try to tie them to the church, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, it is in the public domain that any person who actually pushes other people to kill themselves or pushes other people to have extreme activities within a social movement is a cult, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that Article 32 of our Constitution actually states that every person has the right to freedom of religion, thought, belief, and opinion, Mr. Speaker. But every right also, you cannot stand up and say you have the freedom of belief and religion, yet actually what you're hiding behind is acts of terrorism, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, when we are looking at this case, and for me, Mr. Speaker, I actually push that we have a commission of inquiry, because this is an act of terrorism. This is a situation where we have actually had a terrorist sitting in a county somewhere, recruiting people into terrorist activities, and therefore it must be dealt with as an act of terrorism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also states in our Constitution that the state shall take legislative policy and other measures, including setting standards to ensure that all rights are protected, Mr. Speaker. And so, on this particular matter, what the state should do and continue to do is ensure that the right to life is protected, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria, your time is up. Point out. Resume your seat, Senator. Resume your seat, Senator Gloria. Senator Hamida, you've got your 5 minutes running now.
She was doing definitions.
Asante Bwana Speaker.
Order, Senator Gloria.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Ya kwangu tu ni kukemea na kuna masikitiko makubwa sana kwa watu wa Kilifi na wa Kenya kwa jumla, kuwa ni watu wengi sana tunaona walikwenda na ni miaka mingi imechukua. Bwana Speaker, hii ni kuanzia mwaka 2017. Na naambiwa hapa ni 203 kuwa haya yote yalikuwa yakitendeka nchi yetu tukiwa sote tuko hapa. Nchi ilikuwa iko kwenye county, iko na governor na wenye nitasema kwenye county wenyewe hatukuweza kujua kuwa watu wetu, familia yetu, ndugu zetu walikuwa wakienda kwenye huo msitu
huo msitu umekula watu wengi, bwana mwenyekiti. Ningeomba sana kwa uchunguzi ufanywe kwa haraka, na mtu mwenyewe yeye Pastor Mackenzie nafikiria kwa sasa yuko, na tumeona kuwa Pastor Mackenzie alikuwa ameshikwa kabla na alitolewa tu fine ya 10,000 peke yake, na kusema kweli mpaka na yale yote alikuwa amefanya, lakini fine ilikuwa ni 10,000. Kwa hivyo tunaomba kuwa hiyo iweze kuchunguzwa kwa haraka na tuweze kuona matokeo ya watu. Lakini bwana mwenye spika, nashindwa kuwa hao watu wote wamefariki na watu na familia zao watu wameumia. Kwa hivyo sijui ni compensation gani tunaweza kufanya kwa hao watu kuweza kuangaliwa. Na la pili bwana spika ni kuwa tutaweza kumonitor vipi, kwa sababu hii kama wanaita cult, kusema kweli siwezi kujua kwa Kiswahili, haiko kwa mtu mmoja tu, sio kwa Pastor Mackenzie, imekwenda mahali pengi. Pastor Mackenzie pia ameonekana pia ni mtu anajulikaniwa kwa sababu ameonekaniwa na rais wa Kenya wakiwa wakiomba pamoja, na ni masikitiko makubwa. Nataka kujua ni kweli ama si kweli. Kwa hivyo bwana spika, kwa mtu mwenyewe kwa Pastor Mackenzie, kwa Pastor Mackenzie, kwa yeye kujulikaniwa ni kuwa
Senator Boni, what's your point of order? Resume your seat, Senator Hamida.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
105.
I have granted Senator Boni to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again on standing order number 105. But this is bigger than 105. The senator is not only contravening standing order number 105, but is also attempting to drag the name of the head of state into a national calamity. Mr. Speaker, something that borders on terrorism stroke apocalypse. Mr. Speaker, if the intention of the young, if the intention of the new senator is to discuss the president, these standing orders allow you. These standing orders, my sister, I'm helping you. These standing orders allow you to discuss the president. You can bring a substantive motion. But to disparage the name of the head of state, even if he is your opponent, even if he is not your presidential candidate, who was not your presidential candidate of choice, that is not the route to go. Imagine yourself, if it was your husband being named to be associated with Mackenzie. Where would that leave you?
Members,
Mr. Speaker,
order members. Order members.
Mr. Speaker.
Order members.
Mr. Speaker,
go on,
I therefore,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, request that the senator be forced to withdraw and apologize. And Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of national unity, we can still debate the demerits of the head of state with decorum.
Allow him.
We are killing, Mr. Speaker, we are killing our own Senate, the same one that you keep on lying and saying that it is the upper house.
You've made your point. You've made your point, Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker,
you've made your
Mr.
point.
Speaker, again I want to help the young senator
Boni, you have
from
made your
Nairobi.
Point. You've made your point.
Mr. Speaker,
resume your seat.
This is important.
Resume
I also,
I have. Resume your seat. Senator Hamida. Senator Hamida, I want to invite you to the provisions of that standing order 05 so that you either substantiate and or apologize for that statement?
Bwana Spika, mimi hata wakunipa nafasi ya kusema vile nilikuwa nataka kusema. Mimi ile nilikuwa nasema kuwa Bwana Mackenzie ameonekaniwa tu akiwa wala hata sikusema zaidi hapo. Nimesema ameonekaniwa wakiomba pamoja. Hiyo tu ndio nimesema. Sijasema kitu. Kwa hivyo bwana mwenyekiti, ningeshtumu mimi nimesema tu wamekuwa kanisani pamoja. Hiyo tu ndio nimesema, na kama peke yake nimesema, na kuna ubaya ya wao kuwa kanisani pamoja. Yeye ni pastor.
Order members.
Bwana Speaker, yeye kabla watu hawajajua ni kazi gani anafanya, yeye already alikuwa ni pastor na alikuwa anaombea watu. Kwa hivyo ameonekaniwa na watu wengi Bwana Speaker, naomba uweze tafadhali nimalize, na naomba niongezewe dakika moja. Bwana mwenyekiti, Bwana Speaker, kwa hivyo naomba kuwe na uchunguzi wa haraka. Bwana mwenye Speaker, naomba wakubwa wa makanisa na
Senator Hamida, your time is up. Senator Veronica. Resume your seat, Senator Hamida.
Mr. Speaker, sir, would you protect me, Mr. Speaker,
Order members. Senator Veronica, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to debate this motion, which brings a very sad day to the nation of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, to watch such a horrendous action, Mr. Speaker, from one Mackenzie, Mr. Speaker, who I would never dignify with the title called pastor, Mr. Speaker. We need to come to a very simple conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that Mackenzie operated and acted on his own motion, Mr. Speaker, not guided by any form of religion, Mr. Speaker, but driven by evil scheme, occultism, Mr. Speaker, cultic behavior, Mr. Speaker, that lured very innocent victims who are gullible to his den, Mr. Speaker, where he persuaded them to fast until their death, Mr. Speaker. What has shocked me, Mr. Speaker, in such a serious motion, Mr. Speaker, where we are not even supposed to even define or even see indications of where any senator, which political side of divide any senator belongs to, Mr. Speaker, I have watched the same today, this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, being politicized to the point where my honorable colleague, Senator Hamida, has mentioned the name of the head of state. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, Mr. Speaker, before I even proceed. It is the saddest moment, Mr. Speaker, that we would want to trivial an event that amounts to a massacre, Mr. Speaker, to a point of even saying that they have been in charge with anybody, as though that proves anything, without any substantiation. You will keep quiet. I finish what I am submitting before this House, and you will respect my time. Respect my time, please. You will keep quiet until I finish.
Order members.
Mr. Speaker,
allow the senator to be heard in silence.
Let me say this, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
The honourable senator,
Order members, Senator,
the honourable senator did not offer any evidence before the floor of this House to prove that he had been in charge with anybody. And let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, not that it would have made any difference if he went to any church with anybody, including with Senator Sifuna or Senator Hamida. The point is, it would not have reduced the magnitude of the massacre that has happened in Kilifi, Mr. Speaker. And I hope when, Mr. Speaker, we retreat from today's debate,
Senator Madzayo, who is deeply affected, this being a massacre that has happened in his county, will sit down his political side of the divide, Mr. Speaker, and talk to them about taking issues more seriously, especially when they are touching on lives and loss of lives of many Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the tragic incidents, Mr. Speaker, has caused loss of life, Mr. Speaker. It is shocking, Mr. Speaker, that as a society, Mr. Speaker, there was no detection and lives were lost, Mr. Speaker. I have asked myself many questions, Mr. Speaker. Was there no community, Mr. Speaker, around Shakahola village in Kilifi County? Was there no chief? Was there no security intelligence to detect? Mr. Speaker, how does one person die, the 6th person, the 10th person, the 80th person, Mr. Speaker? Is this the kind of society that we have nurtured for our generations and for ourselves, Mr. Speaker? I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. Criminal activity is criminal activity. Mackenzie, Mr. Speaker, has entered into a different realm that cannot be called religion, Mr. Speaker. He has traversed, Mr. Speaker, into egregious violations of human rights, Mr. Speaker. If his case has to be handled, Mr. Speaker, then it has to be handled with the seriousness that it deserves, Mr. Speaker, and we sympathize with the hearts and the hearts and the families of all the victims, Mr. Speaker, who have lost their lives in Kilifi. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the church, which has been conducting its affairs within its spiritual mandate and legal mandate, Mr. Speaker, must not now be put to defense on account of Mackenzie's evil schemes and criminal activity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
I wish to be informed.
Senator Veronica, resume your seat, Senator Veronica. Senator Veronica, take your seat. Honorable members, this is a very serious motion that we are discussing. Let us be sober for one moment. This is a serious motion. Senator Mandago. I had members, I had indicated there were 5 senators who had submitted statements and had been approved. Senator Mandago is among the 5 and is the last one in that list. I will thereafter follow the system of those who've requested to speak to it.
And my 5 minutes starts now. Mr. Speaker, first I rise in support of this motion on the matter, this critical matter in Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that such activity of such magnitude that has resulted in deaths. As we speak today, the count is at 73, and we don't know how many more will be 89, Mr. Speaker. The most astonishing thing, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that in this country, more than 89 people can die, be buried, without any alarm from any quarter of the security, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also wondering, the families of those who are affected, whether they also reported the same matter of disappearance of their kins, Mr. Speaker, to any security agents. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And Mr. Speaker, this House, and it is time as Parliament, as Senate, Mr. Speaker, we come up with legislation to prohibit cults and even regulate religious activities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember in the past, we had another church called Finger of God. And you know what happened to one of our beautiful, bright news anchor who was duped into that. Her career was destroyed. Our family was destroyed. They even lost a child, Mr. Speaker. And if we continue shying away from doing what we are supposed to do as legislators, that we cannot regulate religion, Mr. Speaker, it is time. If we can lose up to 89 people, and there are more investigations going on, and we are not aware of how many other cultic activities are happening around the country,
Mr. Speaker, there is need for legislation to prohibit. Mr. Speaker, a country like Rwanda passed a legislation to require anybody starting a church must have some qualification in theology, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot have people waking up today, he's an apostle, before you discover he's a reverend, before long he's a bishop, he's a archbishop, and shortly you discover he has become the Jesus of Tongaren, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if we continue allowing this, it is going to form a precedent. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, where was the NIS? Where was the County Security Committee team? And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the period, most of the people are buried, Mr. Speaker. It was after the Jubilee administration governed by the handshake, and I think the NIS and the security were busy gerrymandering with politics, and they forgot a very important function of making sure citizens of this country are safe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not proper that our agencies, who are galloping a lot of resources in this country, that such act can happen without them noticing or even reporting, unless, Mr. Speaker, the County Security Committee in Kilifi was part and parcel of this process. I request, Mr. Speaker, that the County Security Committee must be investigated, Mr. Speaker, for sleeping on the job, and proper action must be taken. And Senator, the Honorable Senator for Kilifi, I must say I'm also surprised that our whole 89 people can die in your county and you are not aware, and even the county government is not aware. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support the motion.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Mandago. Honorable Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga.
Mr. Speaker, not everybody who says, Lord, Lord, shall make to the kingdom of heaven. And only those who do what God commands has that chance. And it is very clear the biggest commandment is to love others as you love yourself, to love God and to love others as you love yourself. And again, in the last days, there will be many false prophets. And these false prophets shall be known by their product. The product of Pastor and Prophet Mackenzie is now known that it is death. Mr. Speaker, the activities which has taken place in Kilifi, a lot of them are of criminal nature and have to be investigated thoroughly. In fact, I really want to agree with Honorable Madago that the NSIS should have picked this many, many years ago, relay that information to the security agencies, and those activities whereby many people have been found dead would have been stopped a long time ago. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that these activities can affect any one of us here, our relatives, our children, and if it is allowed to go on either in this church or in any other church in any part of the country or in any part of the world, I'm sure it offends even international law. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, this particular incident must be investigated very, very closely. Mr. Speaker, it is not the only church which has such activities. And in fact, we have to go back to the old debate, and using that measure I have given, which was given by Jesus Christ himself, then it shall be determined by the products or by the outcome of the activities of such preachers, Mr. Speaker. The biggest commandment is the commandment of love. At the moment one doesn't measure to that, then obviously, Mr. Speaker, the agencies in this country must take action. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, we demand information as to the outcome of postmortems which will be conducted in these bodies. Has somebody's skull been crushed? Has somebody just starved to death? Or has any other method been used to kill or to commit atrocity against these particular people? Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of information which has come out from the people who know this pastor, from the people who live in Kilifi, that in fact a lot of cash movement was there. People will sell whatever they have so that they could follow this movement, and also so that they could reach everlasting life, which everybody aspires to. And in the process, some of them will starve themselves to death, and others, when they attempt to escape, Mr. Speaker, from the information I have, will then be revisited upon. Mr. Speaker, the person who released this information went through this forest, this massive land, to another corner and found themselves into a place they could give information and investigations could begin. I want also to inform the House that the information I have is that Pastor Mackenzie surrendered himself to police when he heard there were issues. And that's why Senator Amida, as a lawyer, will tell you the police are allowed by the law to release anybody on, so long as they can be traced on bond, even police bond. And this person was released on bond. I'm told during the investigations, he's also making demands to police. He claims that he must be left alone at the back of the police car, the Land Cruiser. And sure enough, he's been complying and allowing investigations to take place. But Mr. Speaker, we have a lesson to learn here, even as politicians. We should not trust everybody who even invites us to Harambes or for prayers, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, this pastor has been, together with other pastors, visiting the head of state during the campaign and even purporting to pray for him. Yet behind the scenes, he's committing atrocities, he's misleading Kenyans, and therefore anybody is gullible to such people. Now that it is claimed that religion is the opium of the people. We have to be careful with the religion. We have only to test every religion, Mr. Speaker, with the test we were given by Jesus Christ to see them by their outcome and whether whatever they do results into breaking the law of God. With the biggest law is law of love, and the other one is to follow the commandments of God. Whoever follows the commandments of God will not commit murder, which is one of the commandments. I raise my case, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my heart and empathies and sympathies goes to the families and friends who have lost more than 89 Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, this looks like a movie of genocide in the famous Hotel Rwanda, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad that religion, as Karl Marx has said, is the opium of the masses and the poor, as my brother has alluded to. It's very sad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I propose the following to the government, that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of mental illness is a very serious issue. Depression, and you even saw the case of Kitengela that is trending and what happened in Kitengela, Mr. Speaker. So we did debate the mental health bill last session, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, these families and many Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, are undergoing through mental issues, Mr. Speaker, that should be looked at. So, Speaker, I propose that government should immediately, through the Ministry of Interior and Coordination, and also Attorney General's Office, to vet afresh, Mr. Speaker, and look at the registration of religious organizations in the country, be it Christian, Hinduism, Muslim, Mr. Speaker. I think there is a misnomer in this country, Mr. Speaker, where we are only keen against the Muslim community because there is a perception that there is radicalization, Mr. Speaker. Though, Mr. Speaker, these are shown that we should look at both ways. Even within Christianity, there is radicalization that is going through, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, vetting and registration of religious organizations must be done, Mr. Speaker. We are aware that the right to religion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody has a right to worship, but the Constitution provides that where your right starts is where my right ends, Mr. Speaker. Even as we go through investigation, we want to ask all of us to refrain from commenting, Mr. Speaker, because it's sometimes prejudicial. I have seen the DPP, DCI minister going there, Mr. Speaker, but we need to be given forensic information, Mr. Speaker, on post-mortem, that really what happens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of cultic religion is very sad, Mr. Speaker. I've heard my friends alluding that in one or so, on several or some occasions, that the pastor, the infamous Pastor Mackenzie, was in the same congregation with the president, Mr. Speaker. Those are just illusions. Those are just statements, Mr. Speaker, that has been made for political expediency, Mr. Speaker. We are aware, and I want to urge minority side, Mr. Speaker, not to trivialize some of this matter, not to do it for political capital or expediency that we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Kenya is a truthful man. He's an honest man. He's a man of God, Mr. Speaker, and he will ensure that anybody, Mr. Speaker, who might have been participant
and even the government, Mr. Speaker, that might have been a participant in one way or another in aiding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, so that my colleagues are, I think as leaders, and I'm surprised that the minority leader is the senator of Kilifi, Mr. Speaker. I know a number of MPs, members of parliament. These things were happening behind, and they were busy doing demonstrations, Mr. Speaker. It's very sad that as a leader, you can allow, Mr. Speaker, side things to be happening behind your back, Mr. Speaker. Where was the senator of Kilifi, Mr. Speaker? Where was the women rep, Mr. Speaker? Where were the leaders from Coast Region, including Senator Faki, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, and Mr. Speaker, I have seen these people alluding that the deaths had happened. From 2017, it was in the previous government, Mr. Speaker. It is this government that has unadded these grievous things that have happened, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that religion, I had seen Mama Odinga made a comment about this. I think she might be right to some extent when she said this in January 2022, that we need to relook at the registration, vetting the process of religious organizations in the country, Mr. Speaker. That is the position of the government, that we need to relook, Mr. Speaker, so that we can protect our people, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon Kenya Film Classification Board to be on the lookout to flag content, Mr. Speaker, that will always, the content, Mr. Speaker, because these people are preaching in our televisions, Mr. Speaker. I saw one saying, can you wave your phone? And by the end of this week, Mr. Speaker, we'll get 300,000. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfair. We must be told this flag, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see some of the people calling, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know, we need to have this conversation. Most of the Carnival congregation are women, Mr. Speaker. I think as we empower the girl child, we must talk to our women, because these people are exploiting women, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are telling them, if I touch you, and I want to mention, said, when a woman goes and they have breast cancer, they might touch where the disease is, Mr. Those are sexual violences, Mr. Speaker. And people are finding it convenient watching in television and cheering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a situation, even there was one who told them, sold everything and bring it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I condemn it and support this motion. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, my screen is reflecting every member is desirous of speaking to this issue. I want to propose that instead of 5 minutes, we do those of us who will get time to speak 3 minutes, so that we accommodate as many as... Very well. Thank you. That is okay. We are not going to debate. I will allow those who will be reached to speak to it. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I stand in support of this motion. Senator Cherargei and my chairman, if you can just listen to this may be important. Mr. Speaker, John the Evangelist, when he was aging, he retreated to Asia Minor. And from there, he wrote the Gospel of 1 John. In chapter 4, between verse 1 and 6, he says that we should test all the spirits, because there are some spirits that will come in the name of God, but they are evil spirits. The Speaker, that statement is as true today as it was then. Jesus Christ himself, before ascending to heaven, before the betrayal, he said the following words about his death and the betrayer. He says that the Son of Man will go just as it is written about him. But woe to the man by whom the Son of God is betrayed. It would have been better if that man had not been born. Mr. Speaker, I thought we agreed we'd do 5 minutes. No, we agreed 5 minutes. No, we agreed 5 minutes.
Proceed. You've got 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes, yes.
Five.
I have 5 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, religion is meant to give hope and speak life to hopelessness and despair. The Speaker, in particular, Christianity is a religion founded on the foundations of education and healthcare. It is alarming, Mr. Speaker, that the false and fake pastor, Paul Mackenzie, is telling our children that they should not go to school, and when they get sick, they should not seek medical attention. So, Speaker, the first missionaries who came to this country, beginning with those who arrived in Rabai at the coast, then Hoffman, who led his team in Kitui South at a place called Ikoda, and established a church there in 1891. Then Peter Cameron Scott, who led his team to Machakos and established today the biggest Christian training college, Scott Theological College. They believed in the value of education and healthcare. The Speaker, how is it that today we have religious leaders who are telling people, their followers, that they should not go to school, they should not seek medical attention? This is what I was going to say, Mr. Speaker. Let senators debate this matter soberly. Why? 2 reasons. Today, we are told we have only 89 people that have been already found. That number could grow to a bigger number than we know. It is possible that we are people from all our counties who have suffered this fate. The Speaker, we lived in this country when we had impostors called Mamlukis who found themselves to the sanctum of power. They conned their way into the presidency. It is not to say that Kibaki was compliant, that he allowed them to come near him. No, Mr. Speaker. We have an imposter police officer who went into the stations and was even transferring and firing officers. It is not to say that the Inspector General of Police had conspired with him. The Speaker, let people just debate this matter. And what I think, the Speaker, lastly, this man could actually be harvesting body parts from the people that are dying. Let us sober up as we get to the bottom of this matter.
Senator Alexander Munigi Munyi.
Bwana Spika, naunga mkono hii mambo iangaliwe vizuri. Hii mambo iko hapa, sisi senator tunaona kama ni mambo ya kupigania kelele tu, kwa sababu kuna mambo ya kisiasa na mambo ya kucheza na afya za watu. Sio mambo ya Azimio, sio mambo ya Kenya Kwanza. Nataka tuunkae pamoja kama senator tuweze kuonyesha nchi ya Kenya tunafanya kazi ya aina gani. Kwa sababu tunamulika mambo ya Kirifi, hatunjamulika Embu, hatunjamulika kona zote katika Kenya mzima. Tuko na majimbo 47. Serikali, Bwana Spika, serikali ya Yesu Kristo wakati ilikuwako ile tunafuata, ilikuwa na daktari, ilikuwa na walimu, ilikuwa na wapishi, ilikuwa na watu wa kokota pesa, na kila kitu yote ilikuwa pale. Lakini wakati tumekuja kufanya mambo ifanye upelelezi, tumeanza kujipiana maneno, wewe. Lakini nataka niseme, tunaangalia Kilifi, lakini kuna Kilifi nyingi katika Kenya. Bwana Spika, naomba kama ni mambo ya kufanya investigation kwa hii maneno, tuanze kama kulikuwa sub area, kulikuwa na MCA, kulikuwa na senator karibu miaka 10, rafiki wangu ya Kilifi. Kuna jimbo zile siko karibu ambaye jimbo ya Mombasa, hata ya Ramu. Tuangalie au watu walikuwa wanafanya kazi gani. Kwa sababu
Senator Mundigi,
yep.
Just hold, honorable members, pursuant to standing order 34-2A, we are extending the interruption of the sitting for the next 15 minutes only.
Kwa sababu tunaanza kupigana hapa kama ni mambo ya Azimio, mambo ya Kenya Kwanza, mambo ya kuruza mawe, mambo ya sia kuruza mawe. Tunataka tuwe sahihi, tuweze kuonyesha dunia mzima Senate inaendelea namna gani, kwa sababu ni mambo ya satanic na mambo ya kimungu ambayo yaavya watu. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, naomba mambo ifanywe upelelezi kutoka kwa kila viongozi wote. Rafiki wangu ya Kilifi alikuwa hapa akiwa amechaguliwa miaka 10. Tujue alikuwa anafanya kazi gani. Mimi nataka nijue, niseme mimi nimechaguliwa miezi 6 as a senator of Embu County. Na kila siku asubuhi na jioni mpaka nijue kona sote ya Embu inafanya namna gani. Lakini senator wa Kilifi anakuja kutuambia mambo zingine, atujua anatuambia nini, anafaa atuambie miaka 10 alikuwa afanya nini. Kwa hivyo tukianja kufanya upelelezi, tufanye upelelezi wa senator wa Kilifi, atuambie ilikuwa inafanyika namna gani, kwa sababu tunajua juzi tu ilifanyika, tukasikia watu wameenda kurusha mawe, alikuwa kwanza kwenda kurusha mawe. Au kutuambia mambo watu wanakufa namna gani kule. Kwa hivyo ni asante, naunga mkono. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request you to protect me from my dear friend. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very sad affair that we need to debate it with a lot of sobriety. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to that someone who is purportedly a pastor, what I could see is the true definition of mental illness. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the majority whip would attest to the fact that when somebody, what this pastor was exhibiting was tendency of someone suffering from schizophrenic. What we ought to do, Mr. Speaker, is to ask ourselves some very, very tough questions as what is happening to our young population. What is luring people to such deadly cults? The only thing that I can conclude is one, poverty, lack of awareness, and the desire to be recognized by someone who you perceive to be superior. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our rural parts, you will be shocked by the number of people who follow certain characters because of the hope for tomorrow. Our population is poor. The gap between the rich and poor in this country is quite wide. What we need to be doing here is to try and create awareness to our people. You know, people suffer. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, mental illness is something that really confuses populations. When I saw a young, educated girl who was traveling the world, who had been enlightened, or rather, who understand every aspect of this world, selling all her properties and coming back to follow that pastor, I asked myself, what could have gone wrong? Maybe she was having her personal problems. Maybe the only shoulder she had that she could lean on was that pastor. So I think this is an opportunity for us to seriously investigate this matter. Is it that this is a criminal enterprise? I don't want to name names, Mr. Speaker, but sometimes I wonder, if you go to Kajiado County, you will find that there is a preacher who has bought about 500 acres of land. This character had 860 acres of land. It was his own private property. He could do whatever he wanted in that land, and no one could question. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to be very sober. Number one, try to educate our people so that our people can stop being such gullible. You know, that's a fact. We are very gullible. We are people who, when you are told tomorrow you'll become rich, you go there and you become rich. This is not only happening in Kilifi, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if our national intelligence services do not now get deep into our societies, we'll be hearing another massacre somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, we see people traveling to Kilifi County, and that is a question that I keep on asking myself. You'll find people leaving Kisumu, leaving Kakamega in buses, leaving maybe part of Kisii, part of Narok in buses, going to another big church in Kilifi. Because maybe that's the only place they can get hope. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious thing that requires us to be sober, to investigate whether this character, I cannot even call him a pastor, because the word pastor now loses its meaning, was selling human organs. Maybe he was harvesting human organs. He's a very rich man. To be able to afford 800 acres of land in Kilifi, we need to investigate that. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement, and I hope that this is a matter that the National Intelligence Services, the DCI, can investigate further to be able to find a way to stop our population from being lured into deadly traps. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Esther Kinyuri Enyen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really waiting for this opportunity after coming to the House late, after the bipartisan talks that we were having. First, I want to say the Shakahola revelations are so tragic. And this massacre can only be compared to the Garissa University attacks, where terrorists killed 147 young people. We cannot use such instances. Let's say the terrorists killed young people, and now use that to say all Muslims are bad people. That's the same thing I'm looking in this instance, whereby we cannot use the actions of Mackenzie, who is hiding behind the church to perpetuate criminal activities, to castigate the church generally. We've seen several contributions by different religious organizations who have been very supportive in the society level. So there are positive attributes. What we must do is dig deeper so that we know some of these criminals who are hiding under religion, their own false and individual agendas. If I quote the Bible in Matthew 7, verse 15, as they are wolves. You know, it's very difficult to regulate issues of beliefs. What actually disturbs me, where was the society when this was happening? It's actually something that needs us to think deeply. The society for this case, when your friends disappear and several years down the line, you can only come out now to give narrations. Where were we? Where was the County Security Committee when this was happening? Where were the Nyumba Kumi initiatives that we have at the lowest level, the areas where we are coming from? And I'm very upset because we have very many young people who actually comprise the statistics we are reading on the papers in this country on this Shakahola massacre. So I want to say that it's an opportune time for the Senate to actually request for an inquiry, but also as leaders we need to take personal responsibility to be our own brothers' keepers. Also in relation to do with failure by the local authorities to point out this on time. Was this a business that people are actually benefiting from? There are so many other issues that we need to interrogate so that we do not have the loss of lives that we have actually seen just because people have been brainwashed to believe a certain thing and they end up losing their property and eventually their lives. So as a young person this afternoon, I'm very, very saddened by these actions. And I really wonder if young people who are struggling to look for identity, some of them are even going to these places of worship to get connection with God, but later are also brainwashed to believe things that have costed their lives. It's really sad. So I do not want us to look at Mackenzie's issue to criminalize what the church and religious institutions are doing, but we should dig deeper and expose criminals who are hiding behind the cover of religion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and to say that, Mr. Speaker, I represent the county which has the highest concentration of churches and several headquarters of prominent churches are based in Vihiga County. And I'm very sad that some of the victims of this massacre from my county, and that is very sad, especially considering that we are a county that believes in real Christianity, not fake Christianity that this church is practicing. Mr. Speaker, this Shakahola massacre almost reminds me about Boko Haram. And that's why I want to agree with those who say this is terrorism. You know, Boko Haram started like this. They believed that education was harmful, and they went on like that, and they started believing that purification was more important. They wanted to practice Sunni Islam as opposed to Shia Islam. And Mr. Speaker, Boko Haram has grown to cover several countries in Western Africa, Chad, Niger, Mali, and etc. And therefore, it saddens me that this crime has been going on for years without the knowledge of the state. In fact, the biggest terrorist in this matter is not this individual called Mackenzie. It is the state. Where was the state? Where was the NIS? Where was the police? Where was the county commissioner? I think, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, let this not just be a motion of adjournment. I think the relevant committee has to visit the place and even do an inquiry that this House can look at. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think the causes and contributors of this religious crime must also be analyzed and understood. Mr. Speaker, I can see my good friend Eddie Okech wants to contribute. So I will not go into a lot of details, but only to say that let us restrict ourselves to the teachings of the Bible. The things we see in the media are not good. In fact, we have our colleagues on the other side every weekend, Sunday, they go to church and they say they are talking about God, but they end up talking about one man called Raila Odinga and not Jesus and not God. Shame on you. I support.
Senator Karungu Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion. From the onset, I'm not worried when I hear the said man was seen in church praising and worshiping with people who are known in this country, because criminals also go to church. Even Waganga, they go to church. Mr. Speaker, radicalization and cultism is as a result of effective propaganda and recruitment techniques, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves why or what are the factors that lead people to these cults or this radicalization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do have religious cults, we do have tribal cults, we even have political cults, Mr. Speaker. And I urge the government, when it is investigating this, it must cast its net wider so that we get to know and understand where else this kind of atrocity is.
Senator Karungu. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:45 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 26th of April, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
ufa utajenga ukuta. Wakati Mheshimiwa Waziri alipoliangazia swala hili, lau kama serikali ingetilia maanani na kuangalia njia ya kuzuia jambo hili, leo tusingekuwa tuwazungumzia maafa ya zaidi ya watu 90 katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na hivi sasa lazima tuangalie zile nyumba ambazo tunaambiwa ni nyumba za ibada, ambazo zimekuja sasa nyingi sana kwa majina tofauti tofauti. Mheshimiwa Alice amezungumzia wakili ambaye alikuwa akiitwa wakili Magwi, ambaye yeye aliweza kuua mke wake na kumchoma, kuua watoto wake na yeye mwenyewe pia kujiua, baada ya kuingizwa katika kanisa na mhubiri mmoja aliyekuwa anajiita Anne Wanjiru. Kwa hivyo sisi wakati tunazungumzia swala hili, tujue hivi sasa kuna madhehebu mengi sana ambayo yamekuja, na tukubali kama Wakenya jambo ambalo linazungumziwa, jambo la Illuminatism, ni jambo ambalo limeingia sana katika taifa letu, na watu wanaingizwa katika mambo ya kishetani wakitumia jina la dini, ambapo si kweli. Juzi tu tumeona mwanamke ameweza kumkatakata mtoto na kumdunga visu na kuweza kula vitu vyake vya ndani. Hayo ni mambo ambayo si mambo ambayo zamani yangeweza kufanyika, lakini lazima tujiulize tuko wapi. Na sisi pia kama viongozi tuwe karibu na wapiga kura wetu. Mheshimiwa Owen na waheshimiwa wengine wa Kilifi, mungekuwa kila wakati mko karibu na watu wenu waliwapigia kura na kuwatembelea, jambo hili lingekuwa limejulikana haraka. Haiwezekani maiti zaidi ya 200 iweze kuzikwa na kuna vijana ambao wanawekwa kama security wa kuchunga watu wasitoroke na jambo hili lisijulikane. Hakuna siri ya watu wawili. Ikizidi tu watu wawili, hiyo si siri tena, lazima itajulikana. Ni masikitiko makubwa, tunajiuliza maisha ya Mkenya yako wapi? Wakati unasema kuna uhuru wa kuabudu, ujue pia kuna haki ya Mkenya ya kimaisha, ambayo haki ya Mkenya ya kimaisha lazima ilindwe na lazima ichungwe, na hakuna uhuru ambao hauna kizuizi. Uhuru wowote lazima uwe na kizuizi. Huwezi kuwa na uhuru wa kuabudu katika hali ya kuhujumu wananchi wengine katika maafa kama haya. Ni masikitiko makubwa sana. Tena huyu Pastor Mackenzie akiwa polisi anasema hamjui mnachopigana nacho kitawaramba. Matamshi hayo ni matamshi ambayo yanatuambia kwamba huyu hayuko peke yake, na lazima uchunguzi thabiti uchunguzwe, tujue lile kundi lake ambalo anafanya nalo kazi ama jambo hili la kuhujumu wapi ni kina nani, ama ni watu gani ambao wanampatia nguvu kuweza kufanya jambo hili pasi na kuwa na kigegezi na pasi na kuwa na uoga. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa lazima tuangalie shughuli zile zetu za kidini ziwe zinaangaziwa, ama tuweke ile tunasema kudhibiti, kwa Kiingereza regulation, to regulate mambo ya makanisa, mambo ya nyumba nyingine za kidini. Lazima tu regulate, tujue ya kwamba tutaweka vidhibiti gani ili tujue hizi shughuli zinazofanyika katika nyumba hizi za ibada ni shughuli gani. Tusiangalie tu itikadi kali katika mambo ya Al-Shabaab, lakini tujue itikadi kali ziko katika nyanja nyingi sana. Hata sisi kule kwetu kuna wakati kulikuwa na shekhe fulani anaambia watu wasiende shule, wasisome, na wakisoma watakuwa wanaenda na kinyume cha dini. Kwa hivyo jambo hili liko katika sehemu nyingi sana. Tufungue sana macho yetu na tuangalie sehemu nyingi sana katika mambo ya itikadi kali zinapatikana vipi na zinafanyika vipi. Hata katika taasisi zetu za masomo, taasisi zetu za vyuo vikuu, mambo haya yanafanyika, na ndio yanaletea tunaweza kuwa na mambo mabaya kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasema pole sana kwa jambo hili, kwa tukio hili, kwa wale ambao wamepoteza familia hizi, lakini sasa vikosi maalum vipelekwe pale, kuwekwe fence na kuangaliwe kinaga ubwaga, ijulikane wale wote ambao wamepotea na wote ambao wamezikwa, maiti zao zipatikane, na wale ambao bado wako katika hali mbaya waweze kuokolewa ili waweze kuregesha uhai wao. Nataka niseme, Wakristo wanasema sio wote wanaomuita Bwana watauona ufalme wa mbinguni, na tuna wale ambao ni wachungaji lakini si wachungaji wa ukweli, mitume ya uongo. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwe macho jamani.
Member for Turkana Central.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want also to thank Honorable Baya for bringing this up, and thank you for this opportunity. And I also want to send my condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost as a country. Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand is about religion. Religion, when Karl Marx said religion is an opium of the poor or opium of the people, some as at that time were thinking this man was very crazy. But today is when we have realized that people can actually use religion to meet their ends. And religion, even during the time when we were struggling for independence, like the example of Tanzania, the man called Kinjekitile Ngwale, he used holy water and told his followers that the German bullets will be protected by this holy water. Again, when the Europeans or the missionaries came to Kenya, Desmond Tutu, Archbishop, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, used to say when the missionaries came, they came with the Bible, and they told us to pray, and then we closed our eyes. When we opened our eyes, they had the land, and we remained with the Bible. Actually, I visited Ghana, and when you get to Port Elmina, you will find two scenarios. Above, where the governor used to stay, was a church, and below, there was a dungeon. And you see, these are the same people who are preaching religion, but again enslaving Africans. These are the dichotomies that we need to understand, that there is the application of religion. There is the application of religion actually to enslave or to snatch. Again, there is a lot of escapism that our people are trapped into. When we lost Esther Arunga in this country, everyone said maybe she was cast, but there was the aspect of religion. I don't know if it was Placenta Church or Helicopter Church, as at that time that was involved. And we did not open our eyes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I may not delve so much into this, but Christianity is losing luster, I will say, because Islam is remaining intact as a religion, but Christianity is being abused and used in this country. If you visit Israel, Honorable Speaker, you will find that Nazareth has only 10% Christianity. The rest is Islam. You go to Bethlehem, 1% Christianity. Maybe because there is something that people are not happy about. And those are issues, Honorable Speaker. But when we come back home, Article 32, that is bringing about the freedom of religion in this country, should be, I will recommend, Honorable Speaker, that we also, as we talk about Article 37, that talks about demonstration picketing, but feasibly and when you are not armed, I will say that we also get into this article number 8 that says there shall be no state, there shall be no state religion. If we can speak from that platform and say, yes, we have no religion as a country, all religions that are in this country are all ours, then we apply the Rwandan way. Honorable Speaker, in Rwanda, Paul Kagame did the right thing. And the persons called pastors or preachers in Rwanda have degrees. But here in Kenya, anyone can just wake up in the morning and start a church. In the case of Mackenzie, will not be the end. There will be others that will mushroom. And Honorable Speaker, it is upon us as this House to help this government to have restrictions.
Mbunge wa Kinango.
Asante Bi Speaker. naomba niungane na wenzangu na hasa kumshukuru Bwana Owen Baya kwa sababu ya kuleta hoja hii. Lakini mahali fulani ningetaka kutofautiana na wenzangu kutokana na michango ambayo wameifanya hapa, kwa sababu nchi yaomboleza na bado nchi itaendelea kuomboleza, kwa sababu msiba huu ulituanza mwaka 2003. Na Bispika, historia vile inavyotuambia ni kwamba Mackenzie alipoanza shughuli hizi, baada ya muda fulani ulipofika mwaka 2016, yuko ndugu Machiro ambaye aliuza mali yake na akamkabidhi karibu milioni 20, na akanunua hata kituo cha TV, na akaanza kujitangaza ama kutangaza masala yake yanayohusiana na itikadi ya dini yake, na serikali ilikuweko. Leo nashangaa haya yote yameshatokea, Mackenzie yuko ndani, lakini Mackenzie hastahili kuwa ndani peke yake. Ni lazima tujue wakati Mackenzie alipokuwa akifanya mambo haya mpaka mwaka 2018, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua alipotoa taarifa kwa serikali kwamba kituo hiki cha redio ni muhimu kifungwe kwa sababu ya ujumbe unaotolewa na Pastor Mackenzie, serikali ikaweka mapamba kwenye mashikio, na hata kama alichukuliwa hatua za kuweza kushikwa, inaonekana Mackenzie alikuwa na mkono mrefu kushinda serikali. Sasa inaonekana Mackenzie aliununua uhuru wake, na ndio maana akawa ana uhuru kwa sababu ana redio na ana serikali yake. Ndio maana akawa na uhuru ule wake wa kuweza kufanya yale anayotaka katika nchi hii. Leo jamii zaomboleza kwa sababu wamepoteza wapendwa wao mikononi na machoni mwa serikali. Hakika kuna kitu fulani kinachokoseka. Mackenzie amewahi kushikwa na kupelekwa kotini na kuachiliwa kwa bondi, na mambo haya alikuwa tayari yashaanza kuonekana yakifanyika. Bispika, mpaka sasa bado hati tumefunga macho, twasema kwamba Mackenzie ni mtu wa kupelekwa mahakamani. Watu kama hawa angekuwa saizi ashapatiwa ndege na amepelekwa Uholanzi na mahakama zishafunguliwa ili tuangalie Mackenzie atafikishwa wapi. Si ajabu hivi sasa, kwa sababu katika uzungumzi wa Mackenzie anasema DCIO fanya uchunguzi wa kutosha na muache kuninyanyasa. Sasa kiasi cha kwamba yeye ati anatafuta uhuru wake wakati ambapo taifa linaomboleza karibu watu 90 ama 100, lakini bado Mackenzie anazungumza na nguvu akisema kwamba DCIO fanya uchunguzi wako, na kama sitapatikana na hatia, kana kwamba ana imani kwamba vyovyote vile itakavyokuwa itakuwa ni pale unapofika kotini unaambiwa kwamba ushahidi umekosekana, watu wamekufa na ushahidi umekosekana, kwa sababu hakuwapiga bunduki. Lakini tulijua kwamba kuna mjumbe fulani anayehubiri kwa kutumia redio, kwa kutumia congregation zake, na watu kuwaumiza kwa kiasi hiki, lakini sheria ikakosa mwelekeo mpaka ikafika mahali leo hata yale mahakama yaliyomwachilia kuna kesi bado iko pending. Tena tunataka kufungua kesi nyingine tena, hiyo pia nayo ibaki kwa pending. Wale waendelee kuomboleza, Mackenzie aendelee kukaa, kwa sababu kwa nini aliposhikwa mpaka sasa singeambiwa kwamba sasa tunataka tuone demonstration, hatutakupa chakula ukiwa hapa ili tukuone utafika wapi na kutokula. Si wataka kumwona Mungu, tunakupeleka kwa Mungu haraka. Tunampeleka kotini kufanya kazi gani? Wenzake wamewapeleka biguni, yeye anataka kubaki hapa ardhini kufanya nini? Ni haki yake yeye kule rumande pia aachishwe kula chakula, ambaye sasa tunataka tukuone utaishi namna gani na pesa zile ulizokuwa ukipewa na rasilimali ulizochukua, kwamba ulikuwa unataka kuzipeleka wapi, ili tujue haki imefanyika, kuliko kumbabaisha mahakamani na mwisho tuambie kwamba Paul Ezekiel ameachiliwa kwa sababu ushahidi umekosekana. Amezuka mwingine huko Tongeren, naye pia twampapasa. Alisema watu wasulubiwe, alipambua sulubiwe yeye akasema kunaumiza. Jamani, tunataka thibitisho la.
Thank you, honorable member. And Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, unfortunately this motion has a lot of interest, but unfortunately our time is up. Order members, honorable members, and the time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 26th April 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
That's the recipe for